Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. We'll begin in 2 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. As always, I am your host, Fearless Floyd, and today is another Friday in the books. I'm telling you, time it really is speeding up. I read the other day about, um, as we get more enlightened, ascending, that our bodies are hurting more. Time feels like it's speeding up. So I don't know if you're having those characteristics in your life, but they sure are affecting me. So I read that and was kind of like, oh, wow, maybe that's what's causing it because really strange times we live in. Uh, First of all, let me address this whole Trump Elon thing. That's just more smoke and mirrors. Look over here, look over here, look over here. I'm fondling you underneath the table while you're not looking, while you're watching my hand. Okay. I've told you guys repeatedly for years when you reach the Billionaire Boys Club, you're in it. And with that comes a lot of, if you're a man, oh, um, the desserts just never stop coming. So, Trump is, right? He's like 80, got a birthday coming up this month. So he grew up in that time. All right. He caught the tail end of the 60s. He caught all the 70s into the 80s, the 90s. I was a child in the 60s. but definitely a teenager in the 70s, an adult in the 80s. And I caught the tail end of what he was going through, you know, classic rock into the disco age, then the whole country and western, you know, behind Urban Cowboy, that big craze, because I was right here in the middle of it, Houston, Texas. You know, but it always took a while for Paris and London and New York, LA, for that to get down here to Houston via Dallas. Dallas was always one step ahead of Houston when it came to what's going on in the worldwide dynamics of entertainment, like the nightclub scene. So I experienced that myself. Now, believe me, I'm not, you know, I never made it to New York to Studio 54 where, you know, they're doing lines out in the open, you know, no need to go to the back bathroom stall and, you know, lock yourself in there to do lines with your buddy or your chick or whatever. You know, people having open sex. It was on. It was a time of free love, lots of drugs. In the late 70s, early 80s, that's when ecstasy came along. So that was a whole new dynamic above and beyond the cocaine that was already prevalent. And I was in the middle of all of that. Remember, 1979, I'm a senior in high school. I'm already freebasing cocaine, folks. All right, cocaine's $125 to $150 a gram. It's a rich man's drug. And I'm partying hard, just like, you know, I got tons of it, literally. So when you are the son of the one of the most prominent real estate developers in one of the largest metropolitan cities in the world, the Big Apple, New York, and you just have millions and millions and millions at your disposals, and you've lived that elite lifestyle your entire life. You went to special schools, got that special education. You're a man on the town, you're known. And with that, every woman in the world's throwing themselves at you. And trust me, when you hit that pinnacle, there's a very grayish area there, whether they're minors or not, because of course they'll lie to you and tell you, oh yeah, I'm 18 or I'm 18 or I'm 19 or I'm this. Got an ID? Yeah, well, it kind of looks like you. Good enough for me. And back then, you know, there was no cut and dried, weren't all these sexual assaults. And I tell you this because I used to work in a male strip bar. Yeah, La Bear in Houston, Texas. I worked at 2 locations. And I know what it is to be a trophy, a prize, to be idolized, to where women literally throw themselves at you, don't even care to have a conversation and want to have sex with you. And I was definitely not a multimillionaire, if not a billionaire son. So I can't even imagine what that lure looks like and what that attractiveness is, and be able to have that kind of money to just, you know, take some chick out and drop $500 like it's a nickel. So in this long line of Trump living this New York lifestyle, he put himself in compromising positions many, 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 many times. So don't think for a minute he's some choir boy, he's some angel. No. Trump's had tons of fun. And he had some fun with Epstein, obviously. And, you know, it's okay until it becomes a thing. And then when it becomes a thing, you separate yourself from it. That's why you don't see all these P. Diddy freak off guests over at the P. Diddy trial, supporting P. Diddy. You don't see Jennifer Lopez. You don't see LeBron James. You don't see Ashton Kutcher. You don't see any of these people that were just so prominent at his P. Diddy parties, actually in court supporting him, standing behind him going, he's a good boy. He didn't do anything wrong. No. So when you hear Elon Musk say, that's why it's taking so long for the Epstein files, because they're sanitizing them. And if you carefully listen to the words of Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, you will hear them tell you they're cleaning this shit up. They told you. I just watched Kash Patel on Joe Rogan. That guy's got 2 hours to dedicate, fly to Austin, Texas to do an interview. All right, I hope he took care of, he's multitasking doing that. And he tells you flat out, hey, look, I'm not the street guy that's out busting criminals. I'm a director. I just, give people the resource to let them go do what they need to do. All right. So he says they're trying to do everything perfect by the book, where there's no loopholes where they can escape from. But, we'll see. But I just wanted to let you know, though, there's a there. Don't think there's not a there. And when they talk about, there's no tapes from Epstein Island, well, I've seen some that, did they come from Epstein Island? I don't know. They're alleged to have come from Epstein Island. And they sure look pretty fucking terrifying to me. In fact, I've seen a few videos that I never, ever fucking want to see again. Ever. I mean, I cannot unsee that video. It was, oh my God, it was horrific. I can't even imagine doing that to a human being. But I watched 3 people standing around just, I don't even know how to describe. I can't even describe it, so I'm not going to. It was horrific, okay? And I've seen some depraved shit. So that's my whole Trump Elon thing. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. So I don't know if you'll ever see anything about Trump and Epstein and Maxwell and any of that, but, I just want you to realize, okay, Ghislaine Maxwell is licensed to captain a submarine. She is a submariner. Okay. You got to have some pretty good training to do that. But yet she's over here playing with Epstein. No fall partners. If you don't know what a fall partner is, that means co-defendants, co-conspirators. Those are fall partners. That's our Texas slang for leaving goddamn witnesses. Fall partners. All right. So, Floyd, what the fuck have you been talking about for the last 2 weeks? Because holy shit, you've given us almost 24 hours, 24 hours of material that is extremely highly condensed, over my head at times. And I watched my last video that I produced. Sometimes I'll turn them on and listen to them to see, hey, how am I interfacing with my audience? Am I talking over them? Am I getting too technical? Am I reading too much of this material? Should I just cover the highlights and give them the layman's description? Or should I actually take that deep dive into it and take them with me? Because I understand some of it gets mundane and you're like, you kind of lose interest. Cause I caught myself kind of like drifting off a little bit going, okay, that sure was a lot of, it could have been left out. But I wanted to put this on the record because people need to know this. They need to comprehend where we are, not as a society, as humanity, as a human race, because it's a race to dehumanize us. to turn us into a transhuman, patentable product. We are owned and controlled. A new world order. And they're going to do it with AI. AI is going to take over everything. People in the entertainment industry are panicking. They are tripping. Writers, directors, actors, voiceovers, stagehands, camera operators. I belong to some stagehand groups on Facebook, and they are, they're talking about it. It's like, oh, cameraman will still be around. No, 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 no. Those are going to be remote. And you're going to see drone cameras too. They're going to be able to just go wherever they want on stage and get just that right view. You're going to see so many changes in the entertainment industry. It's going to be nuts. So there's people panicking. A lot of people are going to be just jobless. There's going to be so many unemployed people. All the entry-level jobs, they're poop, 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 poop. Tesla, driverless taxi out on the roads right now. So DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats, all that's going away. All those entry-level jobs, bus drivers, gone. School bus drivers, gone. Everything's going to be automated. It's going to be a completely different world. And the children that are being born today, up till about 5 years of age, they're going to be raised. You think this latest generation are, dumb as fuck, lazy as shit, expect everything to be handed to them on a silver fucking platter? Oh, wait till you see this next generation. They're going to be 100% digital. If it's not digital, they're not going to fuck with it. They're going to treat it like a phone book. Why do I need to go pick up that phone book when I can just pick this? Where's it at? When I can just pick this up and talk to it, and it'll tell me everything I need to know. I'll probably go over 2 hours tonight. There is just a lot of material to explain to you, everything that I've gone through, just step by step by step by step. Most of you, you're going to peel off and go do other things, and hey, more power to you. All right. I just want you to know what the scripture tells you: for the ignorant shall perish for lack of knowledge. One of the things I covered this week is financial advice from the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, which he stated they do $3 trillion a day in currency movement. Okay, I called it currency for reasons. Securities overall, 3 trillion, folks. 3 trillion. What you think about that? So roughly every 12 days, they just did the United States debt, 36 trillion. So the man obviously kind of knows what's going on, kind of has his, finger on it, his ear to the ground. He just got back from China. You know what his financial advice to everybody was that's in America? Don't buy Bitcoin. You heard me. Do not buy Bitcoin. You know what he told you to go buy? Anybody? Not gold, not silver, not treasury bonds, not municipal bonds. not crypto, not foreign currency, bullets. What? Bullets. Jamie Dimon just told you to go buy bullets, not Bitcoin. You think you should listen to him? You think you should, like, what the fuck is up with that? Is anybody talking about that? No. Why? I don't know. They're going to perish? I'm trying to break this off to you so you comprehend, you know, you're prepared, because when the shit hits the fucking fan, there are going to be people that are just going to get massacred because they're ignorant. They weren't prepared. So let's just say, hypothetically, Floyd, hypothetically, that there's 1,000 highly trained Chinese special forces currently in the United States, just 1,000. How much havoc do you think 1,000 highly trained special forces? What do you think they could accomplish? Because remember, for the last 4 years, pretty much whatever you wanted to bring across the border, you brought across the border. People, drugs, weapons, money, wide fucking open. Well, who's in charge of that? Well, that was Alejandro Mayorkas. Well, how come we haven't arrested that punk? See what I'm talking about? I don't think anybody would be truly satisfied until these people are taken into custody, tried, found guilty, sentenced to death, and put on open TV and executed on TV as an example to the rest of the world that if you come over here in the United States and you want to fuck around and find out, here's your stupid prize for playing a stupid game. You're going to get executed in front of God and everybody, and we're going to continue to do it until it stops. Problem solved, right? Where we're going, folks. This is a crazy journey we're on. So let me make sure that all this stuff is, all these tabs are open, because Brave now likes to put your tabs to sleep if you don't use them like in 20 minutes after the last time you used them. Tried to go reset that, and yeah, didn't work out too well. So let me clean all this up. I don't want to leave. All right, where am I at? I don't even know where to begin with all this. Let's just go look at where I've been this week. All right, what's open? Okay. All right. First video I started off with was do robots learn violent behavior by watching television and movies? And as you see, it only has 47 views, which tells me people don't give a rat's ass whether or not robots are going to be able to learn how to effectively terminate them. So when I found out that Tesla bots, okay, the new Optimus robots, actually learn by they learn by watching a human do a task, and then they emulate that task. And then I became even more astonished when I found out, oh, Tesla's not the only one that has this technology. This technology is also being used in China. Okay. That was pretty astounding to me. And I don't know. All right, let me get that up there. I'm going to add that to the stage. And I was over here for a reason. Where did I think it jumped ahead on me. Ah, it did. So, let me get to the beginning of him. There we go. And CC's on. We're going to jack that up for you guys. Make sure, yep, we got the whole screen. The whole enchilada, Holmes. All right, here we go. Please pay attention to this, gentleman.
Robot, it is likely to be the next multi-channel industry, and the technology innovation is incredibly fast, and the consumption of computing and data centers enormous. But this is one of those applications that needs 3 computers. One computer is an AI for learning. One computer is a simulation engine where the AI can learn how to be a robot in a virtual environment, and then also the deployment of it. Everything that moves will be robotic. As we put these robots into the factories, remember, the factories are also robotic. Today's factories are so incredibly complex. This is Delta's manufacturing line, and they're getting it ready for a robotic future. It is already robotics and software defined, and now in the future, there'll be robots working in it. And as a fleet, as a team, working together in a factory that is also robotic, we have to give it omniverse to learn how to work together. And that digital twin, you now have a digital twin of the robot, you have a digital twin of all of the equipment, you're going to have digital twin of the factory. Those nested digital twins are going to be part of what Omniverse is able to do. This is Delta's digital twin.
All right. I'm going to segue over to another video that I watched last night, okay, because I want you to key on a term that he used, digital twin, okay? You just heard him. It's like, okay, we're going to have factories that are built by AI, that have robots built by AI. They're going to learn by AI, or going to learn to build more robots by AI, and it's going to be 100% autonomous in this omniverse, right? And there's going to be a digital twin of everything. Well, how are they going to get this digital twin? Well, let me show you how they're going to get it. China's secret weapon. Have you seen this robot from Fair Plus 2025? Shocking reveal at Fair Plus.
Now, X-Grids presented its LiDARs for building digital twins. These devices can be mounted on rovers, robotic dogs, or bipeds like Tron 1 from Lynx Dynamics. With just 10 minutes of scanning, you got a detailed digital replica of the environment you're looking at. You know their tech is legit when you find out they're partnering with Disney on top of game design companies that use X-Grids for immersive world building. Speaking
You heard that right, who they're teaming up with? Disney. Disney. What do you think is going to be cruising around all the little Disney worlds and Disneylands and Disney this and everything that Disney owns? Robots that are creating digital twins. So I had the definition up of a digital twin. No. Like I said, this is probably going to be lengthy. All righty. this is what a digital twin is. A digital twin is a virtual model of a physical object, system, or process that can be used to simulate its behavior and monitor operations in real time. It integrates data from the physical entity to reflect its current state accurately and can be used to predict future behaviors and optimize performance. Digital twins are designed to span the life cycle of the object they represent, from initial design through operation and maintenance, and can be applied across various industries, including manufacturing, aerospace, and urban planning. These virtual replicas are not just static models. They continuously update based on real-time data from sensors attached to the physical counterpart. This allows for real-time analysis, decision-making, enhancing efficiency, reducing risks associated with physical interventions. Digital twins consist of three main components: a digital definition of the physical entity, often generated from CAD or PLM systems; operational operational experiential data collected from IoT, Internet of Things devices, and other sources; and an information model that presents this data in a meaningful way to drive informed decisions. The concept of digital twins has evolved significantly since its introduction, with advancements in AI and machine learning enabling more sophisticated and predictive capabilities. These technologies allow digital twins not only to stimulate, but also anticipate potential issues and suggest optimal solutions. Overall, digital twins offer a powerful tool for businesses and organizations to improve operational efficiency, reduce costs, and innovate through data-driven insights. That's what a digital twin is. All right. So they already have digital worlds, digital cities with millions of miles of digital roads already created. Buildings, the whole frickin' 9 yards, folks. There's going to be an alternative reality, a simulation of our world. Everything that's on Earth is going to be simulated in this digital twin. How many digital twins are going to be out there? Who knows? Did you know that China is trying to build a Hadron Collider, as in CERN, Switzerland, that's 10 times as large? Well, we already know the questionable things that are happening over in CERN. What do you think China's going to do? I don't know. But it's a good question, isn't it? So in my video where digital twins, we also come across this little doozy. Now, I want you to follow this and pay close attention. Get my mug out of there. All right. This line you see going right across there, that's a human hair. All right. I want you to go look up what that scale is. How on the nano scale, which is molecular, how wide a human hair is. Okay. And obviously you see what looks like a circuit board underneath there, because that is a circuit board. And look at these circuits. All right. And we're going to take a deep dive into this circuit board and see how far we go.
This is a microprocessor. That's a human hair, the width of a human hair. Look how deep this goes. How, as human beings, have we been even able to come close to making something like this? You think, oh, that's amazing. Like, he's gone in quite far there. It just keeps going and going. Look how far this goes. How did we make this? Like, what process did it blows my mind. It just keeps on going. Look at that. And then the zoom out. And that was all just right in there.
There's your hair.
And that's the human hair.
So what else do we have in there, Floyd? We went through some more robots, and this is where they're learning.
Need videos of people doing a task, and then the robot will figure out how to do that task and then do it in the real world. It's no different than you or I going on YouTube. The best ways to learn how to do anything, you look up, hey, how do I install, this thing in my garage? How do I fix the oven? Something's wrong with it. How do I put together a freaking cabinet, whatever. With the robot, obviously they started a lot more simpler. It's like, hey, how
do I build a nuclear bomb? How do I build an EMF, a directed energy weapon? Uh-oh. You see where I'm going with this, folks? How easy it is to, get a hold of this technology and utilize it in a nefarious way, because not everybody has our best interest at heart, right? There are some people out there who would like to take us out, I would think. Uh-oh. Here's where I dove in next to the digital twin. So broke that down for you. So here, I took a little dive into Larry Ellison, talk about Larry Ellison and what he wants to do. And if you're not familiar with Larry Ellison, we're going to get into him a little bit later, because he's one of the three main investors in the Stargate AI project. He's also a billionaire, the founder and owner, CEO of Oracle. He also owns 98% of the Hawaiian island Lanai. Yeah, you heard me. 98% of the island he owns in Hawaii. During a discussion at the World Government Summit in Dubai, Ellison stated, and I quote, "I have to tell the AI model as much about my country as I can. We need to unify all national data, including genomic data and the info about infrastructure," close quote, indicating his vision for a unified database system to facilitate AI analysis. Ellison's vision includes the idea of pervasive surveillance, which he believes would keep people, quote, on their best behavior, close quote. He suggested that constant real-time surveillance analyzed by AI could improve services and security for citizens. This initiative reflects Ellison's belief in the transformative potential of AI across various sectors and his ambition to integrate diverse data sources to enhance AI capabilities. Huh? Right? I know. Yep. Nobody's talking about any of this stuff, right? So what is the Stargate AI project, Floyd? So what is the Stargate project? The Stargate AI project is a major initiative to build a network of AI data centers across the United States and internationally. The latest development, they OpenAI, that's Sam Altman, is constructing its first site in Abilene, Texas. I won't get into the minutia of that, but basically the overview of the Stargate project. It's initiated by OpenAI, that's Sam Altman, Oracle, that's that guy, Larry Ellison, that I just told you exactly what he wants to do. He wants a worldwide surveillance state. He wants to act like Minority Report, that if you even think about doing a criminal act, you got the Minority Report police at your door. Don't. Hey, you were thinking about having sex with your daughter. What? No, it wasn't. Oh, we got it on camera. With support from President Donald John Trump. Okay. Objective: to build a network of AI data centers across the United States and expand globally with a focus on enhancing America's technological leadership and supporting the reindustrialization of the country. Investment, a proposed $500 billion investment in the first $100 billion coming in the initial phase. Partners, ARM, Microsoft, Microsoft, that's just, the the greatest company on the face of the planet. And their former, CEO and founder, William Gates, Billy, that guy, he's just 2 thumbs up, right? You want him involved in every aspect of your life, especially healthcare. For a Harvard dropout, he went even to Harvard Med School. So we're going to take healthcare advice from Mr. Microsoft himself. I know. And it goes on and on. Where else did we go in this video, Floyd? I just closed it out with a big old narrative, probably. I did. So we're going to move on to the next video. Oh, yeah. Taiwan. Pause that. Of course, I had this all pulled up for you. That's why you can't sleep on Taiwan. I'm going to play this guy again because this is an extremely important video. Pay attention to all the words that he is saying. Here, actually, I'm going to blow up the closed caption to 200%. Let's try 300 because I want you to read this, okay? There's a reason I'm doing this. I'm not doing it just to do something.
Make it better. But human or robot, it is likely to be the next multi-trillion-dollar industry. And the technology innovation is incredibly fast. And the consumption of computing and data centers, enormous. But this is one of those applications that needs 3 computers. One computer is an AI for learning. One computer is a simulation engine where the AI can learn how to be a robot. Because reindustrialization moving around the world, new plants are being built everywhere. This is an enormous opportunity for us to make sure that they build it well and cost effectively and on time. And so putting everything into a digital twin is really a great first step and preparing it for a robotic future. In fact, building that $5 trillion doesn't include a new type of factory that we're building. And even our own factories, we put in a digital twin. This is the NVIDIA AI factory in a digital twin. Kaohsiung is a digital twin. There are already hundreds of thousands of buildings, millions of miles of roads. And so, yes, the digital twin. Let's take a look at all of this.
Taiwan is pioneering software-defined manufacturing. TSMC, Foxconn, Wistron, Pegatron, Delta Electronics, Quanta, WeWin, and Gigabyte are developing digital twins on NVIDIA Omniverse for every step of the manufacturing process. TSMC with MedAI generate 3D layouts of an entire fab from 2D CAD and develop AI tools on CUOP that can simulate and optimize intricate piping systems across multiple floors, saving months of time, plan new facilities and production lines virtually prior to physical construction, saving millions in costs by reducing downtime. Pegatron simulates solder paste dispensing, reducing production defects. Quanta uses Siemens Teamcenter X with Omniverse to analyze and plan multi-step processes. Quanta simulate power and cooling efficiency of test data centers with Cadence Reality Digital Twin. And to develop physical AI-enabled robots, each company uses its digital twin as a robot gym to develop, train, test, and simulate robots. Whether manipulators, AMRs, humanoids, or vision AI agents as they perform their tasks or work together as a diverse fleet.
My entire keynote is your work. It's so excellent. Well, it stands to reason that Taiwan, at the center of the most advanced industry, the epicenter where AI and robotics is going to come from, it stands to reason that this is an extraordinary opportunity for Taiwan. This is also the largest electronics manufacturing region in the world. And so it stands to reason that AI and robotics will transform everything that we do. And so it's really quite extraordinary that for one of the first times in history, that the work you do has revolutionized every industry, and now it's going to come back to revolutionize yours. At the beginning, I said that G-Force brought AI to the world, and then AI came back and transformed G-Force. You brought AI to the world. AI will now come back and transform everything that you do.
AI will come back and transform everything that you do. You just heard him. He's giving you a fair warning. Okay? So let me get back over there. And there's a lot in that video. What else did I talk about in that video? And just me bullshitting. So we'll end that one. Uh-oh. And then next, I went over here and hit this one and talked about Prince's estate. And Prince had a $156 million estate, and it was settled after a 6-year battle. And it's still actually not finished. But because he didn't have his estate set up properly, it took 6 years for, I don't know. I don't even know if there's the right people that he really wanted to have his estate got his estate. And here's the transcripts over here. And then obviously, this is the economic ninja. And, I've been talking about the dinar. So he started talking about the dinar. And I think like the day after I was talking about it. So where's the, let me see if I can find it. The dinar is pretty much nil. And the prime minister or prime minister's advisor has stated that 90% of Iraq's money supply is now held outside of banks. It's being hoarded. And this is very important. If you're investing in something, you need to realize it doesn't just go up and down just on a whim or on a fairy tale. And the Iraqi dinar is an interesting investment because I've held the dinar since 2014. It was my smallest investment I ever invested, $3,500 or about that much into the dinar. There you go. I'm not going to take you any more on that, but yeah, they're just the numbers don't add up, folks. So then we touched a little bit over here on Anna von Reitz, return stolen assets. Not good. Without beating the dead horse, but it would have been better if all right. But basically over here, Anna von Reitz and her husband fucked the IRS for 8 years. Didn't pay, it was like $1.4 million in taxes. So they sued her. And of course, the fiduciary of the United States of America, unincorporated, lost by default. She didn't even go in and defend herself. So now they are seizing her property in Wisconsin and selling it off at auction to pay for her debt. But yet, you knuckleheads don't want to listen to Fearless Floyd and think you know it all and you're in the right place with the right people doing the right thing. And, again, I got to pop some bubbles. And it sucks to be that guy because, nobody likes the guy who's always popping bubbles. And I'm popping bubbles every fucking day. You got to read the shit that the fucking Bunsen brothers just posted. They seem to think that because they have a new solicitor general, that for some crazy ass reason, one of the justices on the Supreme Court's not going to be there, and Ted Cruz is going to be a new Supreme Court justice. And when that happens, that the Brunson brothers case is going to get fast tracked and get relief. Yeah, like I said. Oh, and here's Anna's Bank right here. Let me play this for address. Say 2525 North Loop West, Suite 125. That was Anna's Bank. That was on her website, on the Global Family Bet website that they used. I went there, did an 18-minute undercover video, and talked to this gentleman right here who is listed as the chief financial officer for Anna's Bank. And you see what he actually is. And he denied any association with Anna's Bank, save the fact that he was generous out of the generosity, the grace in his heart to allow Anna and her bank to use his address on their website. So where is the real bank? It's in Switzerland. Anna is just scamming people left and right. So there you go. You know, I prove this shit over and over and over. People don't want to listen to me. You know, I tell them and they're like, oh, yeah, whatever, Floyd, blah, 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 blah. And I go prove it. I went there. I went and talked to the man. You bet I did. Come on. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get through these videos and YouTube's so screwy. But you know, like I said, I've been covering a lot of ground this week, and I've just been condensing this information. And if you haven't been watching my shows, you missed it. If you're going to try to catch up, there's just so much information. It's just mind-boggling. But I want you to keep some key terms. You have to pay attention to the terms that are being used in this video from all these other ones that I did, okay? Genome data. Remember that, because it's going to come to play here in about, I don't know, eight more shows that I did. And you're going to see how all of this streamlines, okay? All this artificial intelligence, robotics, digital twins, digital DNA, DNA genome, the first ever human to become a genetically modified organism legally and lawfully by having synthetic DNA incorporated into their DNA strands. Absolutely. I'm going to cover all of this. And if you missed it, I'm going to show you all this. Now, do you think that there's a municipality out there, you know, a city, a town, a county, a parish, a state that would have some kind of technology where, you know, you take a piss, take a dump in your toilet and get a knock on your door and go, you got the measles. What? Yeah. We tested the wastewater and we know you got measles. I don't have measles. How many people in your household? What? I live here alone. You got measles. But I don't feel sick. You've got measles. How do you know? We tested the wastewater and we got your DNA, and here's your DNA profile, and boom, and we tracked you to this address. So we're here for an early prevention intervention before you get symptoms or before you break out and start spreading measles. Do you think that technology is available? I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to fuck around and find out, aren't we? Nobody's covering this stuff, okay? And it just is what it is, and so be it. But the ignorant shall perish for lack of knowledge. And, you know, I'm amazed at what else is, you know, people are paying attention to, what they actually spend their time doing. I just want to learn. I'm searching for the truth. What the fuck is really going on? Who did we put into the presidency? Is he really for us? Is he against us? Because some of the things he's doing are atrocious. They're going to change humanity worldwide, whether we like it or not. I haven't even got into the whole Palantir thing, and I'll get into that as well. I covered a lot of ground, folks, but I want to cover artificial intelligence, robotics, and DNA, because that's what they're after, your DNA, and they're going to get it. You're going to give it to them. You're going to give them your biometrics. They already have your digital twin. Okay? They may not have an image of your reality, but believe me, they have your digital twin. We're way beyond that. I covered a lot of my information in these shows, especially what your television's doing to you. I should play that video. That was, where's that one? How did I miss that one? There it is. I'll get to it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 panels away. 9. 9 tabs. So there's 10, 11, 12, 13. I got 14 tabs still to go. All right. So where I'm at over here. Reason I am so concerned about robotics, AI, your digital twin, your digital DNA, because of this. So that's why you're here. Let me remove that. I don't know why it is. There we go. I want you to read that. San Francisco supervisors halt plan to allow police robots to use lethal force. And if you look at the date, December 7th, 2022, 2.5 years ago, folks. And what we have here is The Hill. This is their website. And this is by Jared Gans. This is from December 7th.
Creating your own business is everything. Getting it registered in compliance, not done.
Sternfield and Jennifer McGraw. October 4th, 2024. Meet Spot, the LAPD's new crime-fighting robot dog. And of course, these, what they're showing you are just menial tasks that some of these robots, but don't think we're not a step behind actually autonomous robo-cops out on the street patrolling, using license plate readers, facial recognition, digital twins. What else did I cover in there? What's this? Again, parroted by people with a more influence, bigger audience. And that was Rick Perry, the former Secretary of Energy. And I didn't even play this, but AI data centers are the next gold rush of the 21st century. Rick Perry, former Texas governor. Like I said, I covered a lot of ground in these. It's a defense network computer system. When Skynet gains self-awareness, it perceives all humans as a threat and initiates a nuclear war, leading to the destruction of most of the human population and the rise of the resistance led by John Connor. Cyberdyne Systems initially begins as a manufacturing corporation in Sunnyvale, California. The company's pivotal role in the creation of Skynet is highlighted by the recovery of the CPU chip and the ARM from the first Terminator, which were used to develop a neural net processor that learns and adapts like a human. In Terminator 2, Judgment Day, it is revealed that Skynet's creation results from a temporal paradox where the CPU and ARM from the first Terminator are used as templates for the construction of a new microprocessor. This leads to Cyberdyne Systems becoming the largest supplier of military computer systems, eventually leading to the activation of Skynet on August 29th, 1997. Throughout the series, Skynet sends various Terminator models back in time to attempt to kill John Connor and ensure its victory. The resistance led by John Connor fights against Skynet's machines, including Terminators and other hunter-killer units. Yeah, I just want to give you a little. And then again, I played this video again about Taiwan, and you understand completely why Taiwan is the jewel of the Pacific, if not the worldwide geopolitical economic structure of artificial intelligence and robotics. This is DARPA's BRAIN initiative that I brought up. Understanding and treating post-traumatic stress. I haven't read it. I just popped it up. I don't know why that went away over there. That's weird. I actually went to the website to read this, but I'm just going to read what it popped up on the search. The DARPA BRAIN Initiative. The DARPA stands for the Defense Advanced. All right. The last time anything was published on DARPA BRAIN Initiative was 2013. Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, they love their acronyms, is a key participant in the BRAIN Initiative, contributing significantly to the development of innovative neurotechnologies. DARPA aims to accelerate the development and application of new tools to capture and process dynamic neural and synaptic activities with a focus on applications such as understanding and treating post-traumatic stress, brain injury, and memory loss. One of DARPA's initiatives within the BRAIN Initiative is the Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology N3 program. This program seeks to develop high-performance bidirectional brain-machine interfaces for able-bodied service members without requiring surgery to implant electrodes into the brain. DARPA also funds about 250 projects at any given time, recruiting and leading teams of experts from academia and industry to work on ambitious, highly defined assignments. The agency has invested heavily in neuroscience research, including $240 million for neuroscience research alone in 2011 and committing $225 million to the first few years of the BRAIN Initiative. All right. I'm not going to go into any more of that, but there you go. That was 2013, 12 years ago, over a decade. I told you how they do things, 10, 20 years out before they release it to the public. And again, I'm going off and off and off and off and off. Yay, yippee. All right. Kill that one. All right, next up, let me see what we have over here. Yeah, I already did this one, did that one. Yeah, that's just a repeat. All right. Then, boy, Floyd. And I went deep these last 2 weeks. I've got an information overload. Anthrobots, AI psychedelics, and Internet of Bodies, how AI is rewriting biology and communication. All right. This is from November 22nd, 2024 by Nigel Pereira. I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I massacred it, Nigel, I do apologize, because I got to give Nigel right here. All right. So talking about blind sight, as you see, a Neuralink, a headset, VR. They've come out with a bionic eye, which took me down some new paths, new authors, new sources, new material. Tiny robots made from human cells can heal wounds. While these anthrobots are about 30 to 500 micrometers in size and are made from cells from human trachea, the applications could be endless, from neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's or multiple sclerosis to irreversible retina damage and beyond. And these are the anthrobots. While these anthrobots are about 30 to 500 biologists whose life work it is to study these cells, this isn't news of any sort. The cells of amphibians are known to clump together and even regenerate body parts when damaged, like lizards losing their tails. So basically what they do is they take these organoids and it helps heal and recreate cells. We all know that lizards can grow their tail back. So moving forward, because I covered a lot in this. Here we go. I told you he's very prolific, and he covers such a wide range of topics. Talking about Nigel, this is from May 20th, 2025. With AlphaFold, the machine learning is in the mix. We're entering an era of precision exploration where the next breakthrough treatment might be born in code, not in a beaker or a round bottom flask. Basically, AI uncovers thousands of potential psychedelic compounds. Let's go, folks. It's not every day that artificial intelligence stumbles into a psychedelic trip, but here we are. In a surprising twist of machine learning meets molecular chemistry, researchers have used DeepMind's AlphaFold, originally built to predict protein structures, to identify thousands of potential psychedelic compounds. Yes, you read that right. What started off as a breakthrough in decoding biology's 3D puzzles has now become a treasure hunt for previously undiscovered psychedelic compounds that could possibly reshape how we treat mental health conditions like depression, anxiety, and PTSD. And unlike traditional trial and error drug discovery, this one happened inside a computer. So there you go. And when you talk about these protein structures, basically how to fold protein structures, that was something they didn't think would be possible. AI already completed it. And what you really aren't seeing with these is that the potential for AI and the AI discoveries, they're making discoveries that they don't even know are really discoveries, because so many things are being made and they're like, oh my God, look at that. And the discoveries are happening every minute of every freaking day. This AI is advancing so quickly, so fast, over so many areas of the world, that there's no one body that can put their finger on it and manage it, regulate it, license it. Are you following what I'm saying? So this really is just wide open. Could this have a breakaway potential like a certain pandemic that we had in 2020? Absolutely. That's why I'm showing you all this stuff, because once AI, a bad AI, once it takes off, there's no telling what its capabilities will be. There's no telling, what it will be able to control, etc., etc. His mind. This is from November 21st, 2022, so roughly 2.5 years ago. So it is dated, of course, but let's see how far we've come in 2.5 years, if at all. I haven't read this. In the age of transhumanism, Nigel Pereira contemplates a tomorrow that welds man with machine. Here we go. Let's get his opinion. Imagine walking up to a cashier supermarket, instead of a credit card or your phone, you just hold your bare hand up to the card reader and the payment goes through. Would cause quite a reaction, right? Well, that's exactly what life is like for Patrick Paulman, who has a contactless payment microchip injected under the skin of his hand. The chip is manufactured by a British Polish firm called Walletmore, founded by Wojciech Peproda. It is the size of a grain of rice. It features a tiny microchip and antenna that are encased in a substance known as biopolymer, a natural sourced polymer that occurs in living organisms. All right, so you see they have the technology to implant a chip, or, and that was the size of a grain of rice. That was 2.5 years ago. So that's probably, even way smaller than that. All right, so went into that. This one, Star Wars and the Princess Leia, so we'll get into that. With most of us already addicted to the 2D screens in our pockets, holographic communication could be the deep end of technology pool that we actually lose ourselves in. So this goes into 3D holographic communications or presentations. There's a bunch of articles in this. So, and what was she talking about? That's about Venezuela. Trump allowed Chevron to continue with its contracts to get the oil out of Venezuela. That's a good thing. A year ago, a robot named Flippy runs the fry station at White Castle outside Chicago. White Castle says it plans to add 100 Flippies to its kitchens nationwide. Your fast food joint's really going to become a robotic fast food joint. SoftBank funded Zoom, formerly a robotic pizza startup, is now making compostable packaging out of agricultural waste, creating a closed loop system for customers. And this goes on and more, but that's where we're at. I'm not going to hang on that forever. NVIDIA, this is the chip maker.
Stand on the threshold of a new era, an era in which intelligence is no longer an exclusively human gift. Companies across the globe, from the United States to China, are racing to create artificial minds that will not just assist humans, but exist as autonomous entities capable of thinking, feeling, and acting. At the very heart of this technological revolution is the company NVIDIA. The same NVIDIA that once made graphics cards for gamers is now developing the most powerful artificial intelligence chip for robots, a platform that, according to its developers, is intended to make machines smarter than humans. And this is not science fiction, it has already begun. This new chip bears the codename Project Helios. At its core is the Blackwell architecture, combining incredible computational power with minimal latency and embedded neural network models. It is not just a processor, it is a brain capable of analyzing situations in real time, learning, making decisions, and acting autonomously. NVIDIA is building the foundation for robots that can not only execute commands, but think.
NVIDIA has stated publicly that they will not provide this Blackwell architecture chip to China. However, we always know how that goes. So whether they'll be able to acquire one and emulate it, replicate it, that's another question. So they're not going to directly sell them to China.
This chip is intended for a new wave of humanoid robots, industrial automatons, autonomous drones, military platforms, and even home assistants. The learning speed of such systems is astounding. When connected to neural network cluster platforms such as DGX Cloud, the new chip allows a robot to learn in a matter of days what would take a human years to master. The robot does not merely memorize commands, it understands context, adapts to changes, and learns from mistakes. And this is not just theory.
I know you just saw them putting a item in that robot's mouth and the robot was tasting it. They're giving these robots 5 senses. Eventually, that's going to be digital and assimilate right into humanity to where you'll have some type of implant, bot, whatever that looks like, whatever technology that they determine will be adaptable by humanity to allow this to happen. And as you see, the chip is used all across the board. Take care of your disabled parents and be on the front lines of war.
In NVIDIA's laboratories, prototypes of androids are already being tested, capable of driving cars, making coffee, conversing, cleaning homes, and even caring for elderly people, with empathy and adaptive behavior. But NVIDIA is not the only player in this field. Startups across China, especially in Shenzhen, are building their own humanoid prototypes using these chips: robot waiters, robot secretaries, robot police officers. The government is actively investing in the creation of a full-fledged robot society that will work, patrol the streets, and even teach children. In South Korea, Japan, and Germany, ultra-intelligent systems capable of collective decision-making are being developed. Robots connected in a network can jointly solve complex problems, distribute roles, and adapt to conditions. These are no longer individual machines, but digital collectives with the intelligence level of a team of specialists. Such systems are being tested in manufacturing, warehouses, logistics, and even in healthcare. And we are already witnessing how artificial intelligence in robots is beginning to change our daily lives. For example, in Japanese hospitals, nurse robots monitor patient conditions, regulate room climate, deliver medications, and can even perform basic diagnostics. At Tesla and BMW factories, robots independently manage production lines, detect malfunctions, and eliminate them without human involvement. In supermarkets across the United States, assistant robots patrol aisles, maintain order, assist customers, and even perform real-time demand analysis. Devices of a new generation are already appearing in homes, from vacuum cleaners that build three-dimensional maps of the space and plan cleaning based on the resident's lifestyle, to home assistants that can read fairy tales to children, care for pets, and remind elderly people to take their medication. And all this is possible thanks to embedded artificial intelligence chips that allow the device not just to function, but to think. But what does this mean for us, as humans? On one hand, it is a revolution. Intelligent robots can free humanity from routine and dangerous work. They can save lives by providing assistance in emergencies, extinguishing fires, conducting search operations, and performing surgeries with a precision beyond human capability. But this coin has a dark side. As robot intelligence grows, one pressing question arises. Where is the line between machine and consciousness? If an artificial intelligence chip can make better decisions than a human, who will be held responsible for those decisions? Who will control the actions of an autonomous army of robots if it begins to act independently? And what if these machines decide that humans are the source of chaos and instability?
As we continue, because I don't even know what to do with all this. It's sometimes it just gets extremely terrifying. We're this is where we're at right here as a society, folks. Okay. Pay-per-view live. You can now watch, you can actually pay to watch.
To move
Androids
forward,
fight.
to take risks, to change everything, and to believe that intelligence, even artificial, will serve the good. One way or another, the era of intelligent machines has begun, and it will never end. Even today, major corporations are testing fully automated factories. In China, Such facilities are called dark factories because there is not a single light on inside. There are only robots and no people. The control systems are artificial intelligence clusters powered by chips like those developed by NVIDIA. These systems have no vulnerability to fatigue, perceptual errors, or emotional burnout. They simply work, quickly, precisely, and without interruption. This leads to what is being called a reality divide. While one part of the world continues to operate under the traditional model of human work money, another part, connected to an artificial intelligence robotic infrastructure, will advance far beyond it. And people who are not integrated into this system will find themselves excluded from the new economy.
Did you hear him? If you don't accept it, you'll be excluded from the economy. I'm not the only one saying it, folks. It's out there. It's on the open. This is the new world that we live in. And it's insane what is going on, where we're at. Here's another one. Okay. This is where reality's at. Okay. This is Google's VO3. I'll get into it some more, but creates eerily lifelike scenes. Jaw-dropping viral footage posted online by Voices Studios shows what appears to be a real-life car show created entirely with Google AI video generator. VO3, Google unveiled the new tech at its 2025 I/O Developer Conference, saying it, quote, excels from text and image prompting to real-world physics and accurate lip syncing, close quote. Well, let's go take a look at it, Floyd. This is from the New York Post. This is for entertainment purposes only. Fair use doctrine in effect.
Welcome to a non-existent car show. Let's see some opinions.
I mean, man, the acceleration is crazy. You look far, step on the pedal, and you are there.
I feel safe with him in an SUV, and it seems to be like the right type of car for him.
This ocean, it's a force, a wild, untamed might. And she commands your awe with every breaking light.
The microfilm is in your ticket.
They're watching the north exit. Use the service tunnel.
The visual quality is even better. Its understanding of physics is stronger. But here's the leap forward. VO3 comes with native audio generation. That means that VO3 can generate sound effects, background sounds, and dialogue. Now you prompt it, and your characters can speak. Here's a wise old owl and a nervous young badger in the forest. Take a look.
Yeah, we'll get beyond the owl. This is Bloomberg's profile on the Stargate AI project. That's Abilene, Texas, folks. That's going to be your new Stargate AI data center. So I'd like to play that all for you. There's Mayoshi-san. He's the SoftBank investor for the Stargate AI project. If you get a chance to go watch this, you should watch it. I do the tour, the Bloomberg video. and it's very thorough. So go check that out. Anthrobots, AI Psychedelics, Internet of Body, How AI is Writing Biology and Communication. Next up, should you be posting in these revaluation RV social media channels or on a crypto channel, utilizing your name or any identification that people can find you, track you down, possibly kidnap you, hold one of your friends or relatives for ransom until you cough up all your wealth that you inextricably posted on social media? Oh, I've got 15 million dong. I've got 100 million dinar. Why don't you just send an invitation out to all the prisons for all the new parolees just to come visit you after they get out and take what they want? So I did a video on it.
University. Andrea makes a striking first impression with her casual, youthful style. A hoodie, t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She feels like someone you could bump into on the street.
These are robots. I was over here for a reason. Oh yeah, now I know why I was there. All right, I want you to look at this picture right here, okay? All right, look at that picture. Remember, now I'm going to show you another one. Going back and forth. Obviously not. That's what I don't like about StreamYard. Doesn't like jump tab to tab. So here she is again, blown up. And there's your robot, right? Well, that's Sandboat Pearland. Now let's go back and look at the robot. And the reason I show you that is because the other photo is actually, she's passed away, sadly. But this is one of my old girlfriends, Stacy Gregory. And she looked like Phoebe Cates from Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I actually nicknamed her Phoebe. But I thought when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, that looks like her. So you see how easy it is going to be to emulate somebody. And you're like doing double takes sometimes. So that's the dolls. And these are really lifelike humans that they have here with their going through. Some of these are sex dolls.
designed to be more than just a doll. She's a reflection of what happens when art meets technology. Her lifelike skin, made from hypoallergenic silicone, is soft to the touch, with textures so realistic you'll find yourself double-checking to make sure she's not real. It's not just her beauty that stands out. It's how she feels. Authentic, warm, and inviting. Yuka is built to adapt to her owner's vision. Whether you want to choose her hair color, eye shape, or even add voice capabilities, the possibilities are nearly endless. With lightweight options, she's also incredibly easy to handle, making her not just gorgeous but practical too. Yuka becomes a partner for those seeking companionship, or simply a visually stunning creation to admire. What's remarkable is how your doll has infused so much care into her design. Every detail, from her durability to her artistic charm, speaks of dedication to excellence. Yuka.
And there's a ton of them on here that, you know, some of them are actual robots. This is eye movement for a robot. Here's an automated, what they would call an animatron of Abraham Lincoln.
Speeches and recite excerpts from Lincoln's famous addresses with remarkable accuracy. Its voice captures Lincoln's authoritative yet compassionate tone.
And it goes into some, you know, different ones. You know, at quick glance, you know, these look real, you know. And
and spectators alike. As part of the broader vision of Megabots, Mark II represents a significant step in the evolution of robotics, merging engineering with performance art and competitive sports. This innovative approach not only captures public interest, but also paves the way for future developments in robotic technology and their applications in various fields beyond entertainment, including education and research.
okay, those robots actually are built to fight combat robots. Okay.
Mark II. Mark II is a rideable, user-operated robot created by Megabots Inc., making its debut in May 2015 at Maker Faire San Mateo. This giant robot is designed for entertainment and combat, with plans to engage in battles against other robots, such as Kuratas from Suidobashi Heavy Industry. An upgraded version, Mark III, was announced to enhance its melee capabilities, supported by a Kickstarter campaign aimed at funding these improvements. The Mark II showcases the growing trend of giant fighting robots, emphasizing the intersection of technology and entertainment in modern robotics. Its design allows for piloting by a human operator, making it an interactive experience for users and spectators alike. As part of the broader vision of Megabots, Mark II represents a significant step in the evolution of robotics, merging engineering with performance art and competitive sports.
Okay, folks, you heard it. There's your combat robot. And remember, they can make these look like anybody that they want. So, you know, these are, you know, obviously some attractive robots. Imagine one of those showing up at your door wearing a police uniform that's going to kick your ass. All right. This goes into some other robots. Let's see if I can get the one doing a side flip. Here's your pay-per-view combat.
Faster than any treadmill demo. Fail and you face plant on a public live stream. Succeed and you drive an entire subfield forward because the same control loops that handle a spinning back kick also help a warehouse bot recover from a pallet collision. Add the
Okay, that was pay-per-view, folks. That debuted last month, the latter part of May. Let's see, what else do I have in here? Man, I covered so much ground.
All right, quick gear shift, but still in Shenzhen. UBTech Robotics. You probably know them for their industrial line that fetches around 100K per unit and already works at Foxconn and BYD plants. Well, at the Beyond Expo in Macau, their chief brand officer, Michael Tam, finally dropped numbers on the consumer model they've been hinting at. Price tag, 20,000 United States dollars. Launch window, sometime later this year, with about 1,000 units in the first production wave and an ambition to crank output tenfold by 2026. Before you ask, yes, 20 grand sounds steep until you consider the audience they're chasing. Households coping with China's rapidly aging demographic bulge. According to Tam, a home companion robot that can perform a narrow set of caregiving and basic chore tasks, like reminder prompts, light pick and place, maybe mobility assistance, already has a viable addressable market when the alternative is paying human carers in an economy facing labor shortages. The big caveat he stressed is that a fully versatile Rosie the Robot Butler is still years away because we haven't nailed general purpose manipulation or affordable long duration power yet. But a partially capable helper that sells for a fifth of UBTEC's current factory model, that, he says, is doable right now. Naturally, eyebrows went up because Tesla's Optimus roadmap points to a similar time frame. Elon Musk claimed last year that Optimus could hit living rooms by 2026 with a sticker price between 20 and 30 grand.
All right. Let's see where else. With kidnapping, it's fairly reasonable to assume that the vast majority of attacks are never publicized, one cryptocurrency expert said. By Chris Summers, May 25th, 2025, updated today. Again, Epic Times. A celebrity Twitch streamer, Caitlin Siragusa, better known as Amaranth, slept in her home in Houston, Texas, my backyard. And because she was on social media posting about the millions that she had in crypto, guess what? She became a target, and they came and found her. Yeah. She had a 2-year-old daughter. Yeah, you might want to check all that. So, I just posted that to get you guys aware that it is happening. It does happen, and it could happen. And if you're out there playing around, you're probably going to get hit with something that you don't want to get hit by. What we got over here? And find you. It's going to happen. You're going to hear about it. Believe me. So let me jump over to this next one. I got about 45 minutes left, a little bit less than that. I'm not going to play this whole one, but I just wanted you to see the capabilities of what could possibly happen to you out there in that big wide world they call hell on earth.
Notorious cryptocurrency scammer. Dr. Bruja Ignatova made billions of pounds selling a fake cryptocurrency called OneCoin.
This is the only woman on the FBI's most wanted list, and she is responsible for one of the biggest scams in history. She led millions of believers in her cult-like company to trust her with their life savings, before abandoning them and escaping with billions. It was basically a get-rich-quick scheme, a Ponzi scheme, a pyramid scheme, and a crypto scam, all combined into one colossal multi-billion-dollar fraud. But
how did she do it? And how is she still on the loose and on the FBI 10 most wanted list? And trust me, when you become a high net worth individual and Aunt Ethel leaves you her vast fortune and you're not prepared, you're going to get got. And there's going to be people just like that doctor who's going to create this scam, and it's going to look great, sound great, taste great, smell great, feel great. Oh, this is just fantastic. I'll have some more. Champagne and caviar, baby. We're partying like rock stars. What do you mean she's gone? What do you mean there's no crypto coin? Where's my life? What? It's coming. You've been forewarned on the Fearless Floyd Show. It's going to be sad. So sad. These people have been waiting years, if not decades, for this bountiful wealth, and then she's going to give it away like that. Because the ignorant shall perish for lack of knowledge. Remember that. All right, what else do I have up on here? Social media, are you a target? I played most of that out, so yeah, kill that one. And there's Stacy again. She was so much fun. Poor girl. Get back over here. Sorry about that. And you know, you would look at her and you think, oh my God, what a gorgeous girl. Remember, I've been to prison 3 times. She doubled me. She's been 6. She went to prison in Texas 6 times. Poor girl developed a crack habit, a heroin habit, and unfortunately, I think a year and a half ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, in January, she was found deceased in her apartment, and she had overdosed, probably got a little fentanyl with her heroin. And I just can't imagine struggling that hard through life. Tried to help, but people have their own mission in life, regardless of what that is. So I miss her. She was fun to talk to. It's not many times I can find somebody who's been in prison more than me. And I was when she told me that, I was like, "What? You've been 6 times? How the fuck did you beat me?" And she did. All right. So next up, we were talking about these RV gurus, these people who run these Telegram and Facebook and X and all these different social media accounts talking about exchanging foreign currency, and how they took information that I posted in my video that obviously is not going anywhere. I'm not going to take it down. It's not going to change. It is what it is. But they took that information, posted in my video, changed it so it'd be derogatory towards specific people, and then posted that in their group as fact. This is what they do. This is how they operate. Not all of them are nefarious like that. Not all of them will take information and change it and make it to what they want, but it is what it is. It does happen. And, most of you don't know this, but I used to go hang out over in Mark Z's show. And, one day I was like, why are they having such a hard time with all these trolls? Why are people posting all this, garbage and negativity and all this bullshit? Well, I found out that it was led by a criminal kingpin named Sam Anderson out of Fort Worth, Texas. I'm like, well, I've already spoken to this guy. What's he doing? Well, at the time I didn't know, but he had a couple Telegram rooms where he had his little cult following, and he would direct them to go cyber attack somebody's show whenever they came on live and started talking about the whole currency exchange or Jasar, Nasara, Great Jubilee, whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay. And nobody wanted to challenge this fool. Well, nobody asked me to do it, but I went and shut that motherfucker down. I did. I went and did a 3+ hour video showing every state misdemeanor in Texas and felony, as well as every federal felony that Sam Anderson, the criminal kingpin, because he was running a racketeering, influenced, corrupt organization, a RICO organization, or a criminal street gang. And once everybody saw that, they were like, oh my God, what am I doing? And there were people who were participating in that were just mortified, could not believe that they were associated with this. And they fell for this. But I did that out of the kindness of my own heart. Nobody asked me to do it, but I did it. I took his ass on and I won. And I do that all the time behind the scenes, and you guys don't know what I do. I don't give a fuck. They gave me the name Fearless for a fucking reason. Do you think I made that up? No. They tell me, Floyd, they're going to come disappear your ass, man. And if you don't know what that means they take you inside the prison and boom, you had an accident and you passed away. Called getting disappeared. You know, when you don't have friends or family that give a fuck about you, they've all abandoned you, given up on you because you had a 60-year sentence. Yeah, they're going to disappear you, Floyd. You don't get visits. You don't get phone calls. You don't get a whole shit ton of mail. Yeah, but yet, man, I stood up there like a fucking gladiator. And I'm not tripping. And I'll show you why. Because back when I was a stupid ass teenager and I went to prison for the first time back in 1982 in May, and I eventually ended up on the Clemens unit in Brazoria, Texas. And when I did, I encountered this guy. So let me go show you a little bit of my bona fides, right? To show you why, listen, if you're going to come fuck with me, you better come fucking hard. You better come prepared. You better come like you've never come at anybody ever in your goddamn life if you want to come at me. I promise you. Because I'm going to give you a shit show you're never going to fucking forget. This is why. Okay? Where's it at? Nope, not that one. This one. Where are you at? All right, sorry about that. I can't remember his first name. They made cedar clocks together. This is David Owen Brooks, folks. Okay. If you don't know who he is, let me read this to you. Was an American convicted murderer and accomplice to murder, convicted in 1975 of the murder of one of the 29 known victims in the Houston mass murders, which occurred in Houston and Pasadena, Texas, between 1970 and 1973. One of two known accomplices of Dean Coral, Brooks confessed to assisting in the abduction and burial of the victims, although he consistently denied having participated in their actual murder. The crimes came to light after Coral's other known accomplice, Elmer Wayne Henley, which used to be on the Ramsey 1 unit. I don't know where he's at now. He's still alive. Fatally shot Coral on August 8, 1973. I can go in to this lengthy, and here's the hospital where he died. That would be John Seeley Hospital in Galveston, Texas, part of UTMB, which I covered on my bionic eye yesterday. But here you go. You want to know about where? What school is this? Brooks enrolled in Waltrip High School. What is my high school rival? Scarborough. Who also went to Waltrip High School, SP Waltrip, which we used to call, we'd put a U in there, put a line on that P, and then an F over here. It would say Surf Waltrip. They were right across the street from Surf House. Okay. Boom. I just live right over here. But that's where he went to school. And we lived on the same dorm together. He was the bookkeeper for the food service manager, Gerald Cecil, in the food service department, or Offenders Dining Hall. I worked there. We were also together in the craft shop, which I talk about building these cedar clocks. So I knew David fairly well for as much as you could have a prisoner relationship with another person who was in there for 29 murders. And at the time, it wasn't actually 29 yet, because over the decades, they confirmed more and more. There are still unidentified remains, so that tally could even increase to this day. Those are the kind of people that I surrounded myself with at a very young age. So if you think I'm scared of some fucking keyboard warrior sitting in his mommy's basement or in some social media platform, you got another fucking thing coming. I ain't the one. I'm the chosen one. And sometimes I choose myself to go defend those who are defenseless. So that's who I am. That's what I'm about. So when we want to talk about all these RV gurus, you don't see any of them challenging me. You don't see any of them calling me out. You don't see any of them over in my Telegram or any of my other social media platforms saying, hey, Floyd, I want to come on your show and I want to talk and I want to defend myself. No. These assholes are posting the same fucking garbage day after fucking day after fucking day. The same fucking garbage. Trash. And I don't know why you people continue to listen to this shit, continue to send it to me. It's the same shit I read 6 months ago. The exact same shit. It's just reworded differently. And you people, I'm going to call you ignorant because that's what you are. You're ignorant. You haven't educated yourself. You want to just have everything handed to you on a silver platter. You don't want to go do your own research. You don't want to go crunch the fucking numbers. You don't want to go read the budget. You don't want to go do anything. You just want to listen to these people and go, okay. And you're going to get fucked. Okay? If you didn't hear it now, you're going to hear it later. Yeah, Floyd told you you're going to get fucked. How's it feel? Because you wanted everything handed to you on a silver platter, you're going to feel the same way. Once you get that wealth from Aunt Ethel, you're going to feel the same way. I want everything handed to me on a silver platter. I want that ease. It's been easy so far. Why do I need to make it any harder? Here, go do this for me. What do you mean you don't have my money anymore? Hello? Your phone's been disconnected. What? Yeah. It's going to happen. So what else did I cover in that illustrious video? What's this about Floyd? Oh yeah, this is the actual post. I go through it and it's nuts what these idiots are talking about. It blows me away. It's insane that anybody would continue to follow these guys here. This is TWC Terry. He's the guest on my show talking about this, and he's the one that they actually changed the information about. And if they changed the information about anybody else, nobody else has contacted me. So thank you for TWC Terry reaching out to me and showing me that. Otherwise, I would have never even known about it, and it would have gone on, and everybody would have accepted that as 100% fact.
Now, I was a
and we know it's not. And that's what these people continue to do every fucking day is lie. They don't know the dates. They don't know the rates. They don't have some fucking inside contact that's going to give them fucking reliable information to tell them that an entire country's economy hinges on this little tidbit of intel, and that they're going to share it with some guy on social media so he can post it, be the first one online to do it. You really think that's going to happen? You really think somebody's going to, I mean, listen, allegedly Hillary Clinton's killed dozens of people for a whole lot fucking less. Has she not? Allegedly? That's why I trip out. He's like, oh, I got insiders in the Central Bank of Iraq. You do know what they do to people over in the Middle East, right? You know, they do cut arms off and hands off for stealing, and they do still stone women for infidelity. And yeah, your daughter gets raped and you got to stone her to death. Your whole fucking family's got to stone her to death. What kind of shit is that? Really? So you think that person's going to leak intel to the United States so some idiot over here can pop off about it and get a gazillion fucking views and likes and whatever that is? I mean, come on, fucking people. They're just blowing smoke up your ass day after day after day so you come watch. I don't give a fuck whether you watch or not, obviously. I'm going to sit here and do what I do because you know what? I'm on this journey to learn. I want to be the smartest motherfucker in the room. If I'm not, I'm going to go find another room where I'm not the smartest motherfucker so I can have some intellectual conversations. That's been my problem, is being in a room where I can actually have an intellectual conversation with people. Most of the time I have to stand there silent and be a dumb fuck because everybody around me is a bunch of dumb fucks who don't care. And it sucks. It's a lonely life, believe me. Because for one, I'm sober. So, you know, you go out and socialize, half the people are drinking. The other 25% are smoking and vaping, and I can't stand to be around cigarette smoke. So I don't like to go out. I don't like to be around big crowds. Don't like to be around people. So it's hard for me to have a personal one-on-one intellectual relationship with anybody. But I'm on this journey to learn. I want to know as much as possible as I can about what the fuck my future like. You know, are we even going to be in existence in 10 years? You know, do I plan 10 years out? I mean, what happens if those 1,000, Chinese special forces that have been embedded in the United States for a couple years now, what if they rise up? And for the first time in the history of the United States of America, well, you know, I can't say that. Second time that we literally get invaded in country by another country. The possibility is extremely real. And are you prepared? Because Jamie Dimon just came back from China, and what the fuck did he tell you? Go buy bullets. Don't buy Bitcoin. Okay. Don't buy gold. Buy brass and lead and gunpowder. Okay. Thanks, Jamie. So you can listen to whoever you want and pay attention to whoever you want, but you should be prepared, okay? Just in case something does happen. And Jamie Dimon is correct. And you should have been buying bullets instead of Bitcoin, because now you've got a bunch of electronic tokens that just went poof. But the Chinese are at your door with AK-47s and they want what's yours. And you didn't go buy bullets. You went and bought Bitcoin. Or you went and bought silver and gold. And if you do buy silver and gold, you better buy something that you can barter with. So if you have a $35 peace dollar, Morgan dollar, American Eagle dollar, okay, you really can't trade that for a can of beans because you're going to get got. So you want incremental amounts of material you can barter with should the banks close, where you don't have access to an ATM to go get cash money. Because why is cash king? Because everybody accepts cash. So you should have some very low denomination notes and a lot fucking of them. If you want to survive, you may want to listen to Jamie Dimon. Okay, I'm not here to give you financial, legal, or medical advice. It's entertainment purposes only. Fair Use Act in effect. And don't listen to me. I'm just some dumbass sitting in front of a laptop, just blowing smoke up your ass. Go do your own research. Don't listen to me. I'm just showing you, hey, this is the journey. You're more than welcome to take it or not. You're more than welcome to get educated or not. That's up to you. It's your choice, what you want to do with your life, what you want to do with your future. You know, I'm beyond trying to save multitudes of people. I'm just like one a day, you know. If I can just get that one person, wake them up, I'm good. I did what I was supposed to do. I did what my divine has me doing every day. Like I said, I don't have plans. I just come down and do. What you got for me today? What's on the horizon? What's new? And I get blessed with just so much information that I have to do a video about all the videos that I did just to explain to you what the hell I've been talking about. And I'm not even close to done. That's what's trip. So the next video, obviously from the title, did you get your email and your 800 number? And why did I cover this? Because
lose life sometimes.
Certainly can, but now scammers are using it to make it harder to spot fraudulent emails. Criminals are utilizing AI chatbots to remove the telltale signs of scams. The bots are helping them write messages that are not only free of typos, but also closely resemble those of trusted senders. Even with these advanced tactics, experts advise taking a moment, take a breath to assess emails before responding, especially be on the lookout for things that require immediate action.
Hackers and criminals are always working off a sense of urgency. And so if I get an email and it's my CEO and my CEO is asking for urgent help on getting gift cards, the more I step away and let my brain re-engage and kind of let the amygdala hijack kind of wear off, then I'm much more likely to use my training and what I know is the right things to do and not reply.
Urgency, always a red flag. Experts say, as technology improves, beware, scammers will use them too.
Here in Nevada, the advancement of AI technology is causing a new wave of increasingly complex cyber crimes. While phishing and email scams aren't new, AI is making these crimes more effective and harder to detect. Artificial intelligence can generate convincing emails, imitating messages from trusted figures like your boss or a charity you frequently donate to. By learning your habits and preferences, these AI-enabled scams can become highly personalized, increasing the risk of successful deception. Imagine a scenario where AI mimics your favorite charity's email, thanking you for a previous donation and providing a fraudulent link for your next contribution. It's crucial to stay updated on these evolving AI-based crimes. Follow our channel for ongoing coverage and protection tips.
I'm going to make spear phishing emails with ChatGPT. So this prompt takes a person's name, title, company, and their manager's name. Then it searches the internet for an upcoming conference that's actually relevant to their industry and role. Then I ask ChatGPT to write an email saying their manager signed them up for this conference and they just need to click this link to complete their registration. Remember, a hacker's goal is just getting you to click the link. You can see the ChatGPT output. It's super professional. It mentions their manager by name. It specifies the conference details, date, location. It's scary good and super easy and fast to make.
Artificial intelligence chatbots are making scam emails even
harder to spot. Ivan Rodriguez shows us how to discuss how scammers are using AI and what people should look out for to help distinguish between reality and deceit.
The FBI says scammers are making more money than ever before. Last year alone, they made off with more than $16 billion, according to Bureau statistics. And experts tell me there are ways you can keep yourself and your money safe. Nowadays, being able to catch AI-ridden scams feels like it requires an entirely new approach.
I would say yes, new playbook. I think training needs to be highly personalized.
Mike Britton with Abnormal AI says AI chatbots are helping scammers write messages that are not only free of typos, but also closely resemble those of trusted senders.
If I have a few samples of your writing or email, I can mimic your style using a ChatGPT or a Claude or any other AI chatbot. It's fairly trivial to understand what tools and technologies your organization uses, whether you're a Zoom shop or you use Microsoft, whatever you use for email, and I can start to craft third-party type of messages attacking you.
For example, Britton says, a scammer might send what looks like a Zoom update email or an email impersonating your work's IT department, knowing there's a high likelihood people may open the link.
So as an attacker, I'm going to pretend to be one of those trusted brands.
With the threat of scammers trying to deceive people, Britton says there are ways people can stay aware and protect themselves on top of training through their work.
Time is your friend. Attackers and criminals are always working off a sense of urgency. And so if I get an email and it's my CEO and my CEO is asking for urgent help on getting gift cards, the more I step away and let my brain re-engage and kind of let the amygdala hijack kind of wear off, then I'm much more likely to use my training and what I know is the right things to do and not reply.
Britton also tells me it's also important to realize that when you see all the cool things technology and AI can do, to also remember attackers are seeing how they can use it to scam. And that
Case in point, Floyd. Oh, really, Floyd? You got something? You got a case in point? Yeah. Let me clear everything else out of here. Okay. I want to show you this. This is my spam folder right here. What does it say? Ledger. Ledger security team. Important security notes. Check your recovery phrase. What? Precautionary advisory regarding your ledger setup. Well, guess what, folks? I don't have a ledger. And, I can't tell you why this went to spam. I'm not even going to click on them, obviously, but I saved them specifically, you see, from June 1st, June 2nd, to show you what's going on. So, how many people went out there and bought ledgers? I have no idea. I'm sure there's a bunch of them out there, but they're fishing for you. They're fishing for your information. Imagine if you got a email from what you thought was Banknote World or 100trillions.com where you may or may not have bought some currency from. When you're thinking, oh my God, I got the notice, and you click on it, and what do they want you to do? Just click. They got you. Just like that. That's how easy it's going to be. So I just want to share this information with you. And of course, no other RV guru out there is covering this on their show, are they? No. Why? Because they don't give a fuck about you. They care less whether you keep Aunt Ethel's riches or not. They're there for their own motives. What they are, that's between them and God. I have no idea what their motives are. I just know what they're doing, what they're not doing. And, I don't want to be any part of that. I just want to find the truth. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if it's beautiful, ugly, vicious, nefarious, whether I like it, don't like it, love it, it doesn't matter. Whatever the truth is, okay? Because sometimes the truth fucking hurts. It hurts so bad, you just, you can't forget it. let's continue because I'm almost done. And that was the beginning of that one. Oh yeah. Let's try to get right to it. This next one I want to show you. This is Google's VO3. Okay. Basically, this is the capability of what's available right now with Google VO3. You just type in a log line. A log line is basically the plot for a movie. Okay, they call it the elevator pitch. What's your movie about? If you catch a executive producer on an elevator, what would your pitch be about your plot? Okay, your movie, your script, your TV show, etc., etc. That's the log line. So by typing this simple log line in, boom, and a prompt, this is what occurred with VO3. Thank you, Ivan.
Mark Diaz from Brooklyn, otherwise known as Glider Man, is no more. The terrible news comes to us in a vicious public display on social media.
You can't die if you're already dead. You don't look dead to me, motherfucker, and your rent is past due.
The police commissioner has no comment on how to react to the growing level of criminal activity.
Glider Man took out our men. He has our money. Kill him now! Now you can join the rest of your pathetic family at the bottom of the Hudson. Get your ass up! But they didn't know I would come back. Make sure those assholes pay for what they did. Not in my city. Not on my watch.
Glider, man. It's about time we get some help around here.
Put all of it in the duffel now! Bro, Glider Man is coming! We gotta bolt! I'm back from the dead. This time I'm bringing everyone back to hell with me. Do you see him? Is he gliding above us? Glider Man is alive.
Damn it. I knew I should have killed him myself. Release Dragon.
I will bring you Glider Man's head. This city is my home. You don't fuck with my home.
Glider Man, I knew you would save the city.
Remember, that entire sequence of shots, of scenes, was done from typing one sentence and putting that into artificial intelligence. So what do you think Hollywood is doing now? Tripping fucking balls. That's what they're doing. Because they're all out of a job. Now, albeit it wasn't 100% accurate and authentic, sometimes it got a little squirrely and didn't, physics was out of line. But for the most part, for typing one sentence into artificial intelligence and it producing that. We got a bolt. Really? That type of language? Incredible how far AI has come in just months, weeks, and how quickly it's going to get better and better, where it becomes unperceptible. Why do we need to pay Rachel Maddow $30 million a year to talk to us when we can type in one sentence and boom, I got an avatar doing it for me? I know. It's astonishing. We're at the point, and I told you this probably a year and a half ago on my show, where there's going to be things you're going to see on a screen, on a smart device, or on a device that are going to appear to be reality, but it's going to be 100% computer generated, CGI. And you're not going to be able to tell the difference. How much of that has already been used on the American people, on the world populace? We don't know. But that's the reality we're in now. That is humanity. We're just a scintilla away from augmented reality to become reality and not be able to tell the difference. So that was Glider Man. That's the beginning of it. What else did I have here after Glider Man? That's more on the EA. This is out of Axios. Just to give you a little bit more, because obviously you saw what I could do with there. So imagine if somebody had access to that technology, Flow, as well as the Google technology, VO3, and they captured your favorite guru and then did a video of your guru soliciting you for something. Would you fall for it? What if you got an email from, John Dowling, Mark Z, Wolverine, Bruce, TNT Tony, all these other people out here, call it day after day after day. Call dates, call rates. It's this month for sure. It's this month. It can't be next month. It's gonna be this month, or it's gonna be next week, or it's gonna be on this holiday or that holiday. So what if they told you and they sent you a little something, and it was on a sense of urgency? Act now before it's too late. They're gonna FOMO you to death. Fear of missing out. And, and how many does it take to become successful scamming people? It doesn't take much at all. You solicit 100, you get 5, boom, you made a fortune. It's that easy. So, the Axios email. So let me go show you this. Axios, May 27th, 2025. AI is perfecting scam emails, making phishing hard to catch. It's by Sam Sabin. AI chatbots have made scam emails harder to spot and the tells we've been trained to look for: clunky grammar, weird phrasing, utterly useless. Why it matters. Scammers are raking in more than ever from basic email impersonation schemes. Last year, the FBI estimates they made off with a whopping $16.6 billion. Thwarting AI-written scams will require a new playbook that leans more on users verifying messages and companies detecting scams before they hit inboxes, experts say. The big picture, ChatGPT and other chatbots are helping non-English speaking scammers write typo-free messages that closely mimic trusted senders. Before, scammers relied on clunky tools like Google Translate, which often were too literal in their translations and couldn't capture grammar and tone. Now AI can write fluently in most languages, making malicious messages far harder to flag. So I don't need to go in anymore. I think we've covered that extensively about the capability of AI and emails, the technology used to separate you and your money. Yeah, all those bubbles. So here, let's continue. I'm going to eat up your time. I got a fashion show to attend tonight. I'm going to go out and about on the town. That was last week. Do my thing. And I did my thing. Here you go, ma'am.
Hello, humans. I am Dr. Chip Motherboard, a totally real robotics expert. I am definitely not AI.
Okay, yeah, Chip is definitely AI. And I'm the real me, controlling that AI character. The film you're about to see, including Chip and all the other visuals, were created with AI video tools, including Google Veo 3. Most of the audio is also AI, except for my narrations. So stick around to the end to see how we did it. And action.
Rise and shine, Joanna. It's 6:15 a.m. It's going to be a great day. Oh, you'll feel better after a workout. I've sanitized your sports bra.
Thank you.
I got the Optimax 5000 to make my life better. It has me waking up early.
Here's a tasty breakfast.
Eating healthy, and working out harder than I ever thought I could.
Remember, Jane Fonda always said, go for the burn, sweat. Get that chin up. Is that all you got? Pick up the pace.
I was a lead engineer on the Optimax 5000 robots. We designed them to optimize workplace efficiency.
Here's some deep research for your presentation.
And the robots really got creative with that.
Time for your coffee IV drip.
Max really keeps me sharp at work.
Do you not know how to spell February? Put the R before you.
Though now that I think about it, he's not usually the nicest.
Pop music rots your brain.
He's really becoming a lot. And there's really only one place I go to get a break from him.
My privacy policy prevents bathroom entry. My ultra-sensitive microphones indicate you are not engaged in elimination activities.
Exhausting. And that's when I realized I had to do something.
All this is 100% artificial intelligence created. The whole thing.
First, we had to create and gather our characters. We used Midjourney to design our star, Optimax 5000. It took a few iterations. To create me, we gathered some photos, and the neighborhood was made in Runway. Then we took these images of the characters and the background and put them into Runway's references tool and wrote a prompt describing the scene we wanted. Out came the first frame of the scene. Then we fed that image into Google Veo and wrote a new prompt to create the motion. And then we picked the best version that AI generated. For some shots that didn't have characters, like in our suspense scene at the end, we used text-to-video prompts in Veo 3. And if you're wondering how we made this handsome fella, we used an image generator to create our ideal mad scientist. Then I did my best impression of how I thought he'd gesture and sound like on camera. Design them to optimize workplace efficiency. And we uploaded the image and the video of me into Runway Restyle. Once we had the clips, we brought them into Adobe Premiere for editing and sound.
Max's voice.
And Chip's voice
Were generated in 11 labs. The AI audio tool lets you describe the voices you want or even clone your own. But I recorded my own character because 11 labs couldn't quite get my inflection right.
Go away.
And that song you hear at the end of the film? Made with Suno, an AI music generator. And yes, the script was written by us humans, not AI. We estimate the total cost would have been around $1,000 for Google and Runway's tools. We paid for some of it, and the companies gave us special access to the rest. So why did we put ourselves through all of this?
So Fearless Floyd could do a video about it. There you go. That's about it. And then again, there's the car show, the Google guy, some more Google VO3 images that I went through. You can go check all those out. Let's see, the rest of it, yeah, just me bullshitting. Probably talking about some good stuff, but for the most part,
Samsung issued this updated warning, or whatever you want to call it, on their products that this may be happening. Sort of an ominously worded document, right?
It was a little ominous. It said, be careful about what you say in front of the television. Try not to have any sensitive conversations in your living room because the TV is going to be recording what you say.
If you just bought a smart TV, the FBI is also issuing a warning over those devices.
So what this means is I could be sitting here watching TV from my bedroom, and you could be anywhere in the world looking at this image of me while watching.
Yep. You've done everything right. Strong passwords, privacy settings, even tape over your webcam. You're careful with your phone and laptop, but there's one device you probably never worried about. The smart TV sitting quietly in your living room. It plays your favorite shows, responds to your voice, and looks harmless, but behind that screen, it might be watching your back. In 2019, the FBI warned that smart TVs can be hijacked by hackers and even used to spy through built-in cameras and microphones. So if the threat is sitting right there in your home, the question is, how much of your life is being seen and sold without you knowing it?
Really scary stuff when it comes to these smart TVs.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Vlad. The last time I bought a phone that was a non-smartphone was a long time ago. Same thing with your television. And just like we have to lock our phones down and our home computers down, now we have to lock down all of these smart devices in our living rooms, including our televisions.
But while your attention is on the screen, your smart TV is doing more than just showing you content. It's quietly taking notes, snapping images of what's being displayed. Not a couple here and there, up to 30 full frames every minute, even if you haven't touched the remote. According to U.S. Patent 10,951,698b1, filed by Inscape Data Services, this isn't a hidden bug or random glitch. It's built into the system, part of a process called real-time visual sampling. Even when your TV appears to be in standby mode, it's still scanning what's on the screen and collecting that data. They call it smart interactivity. Sounds helpful, but not really for you.
Companies and identity thieves are targeting you. And the worst part? These criminals face zero consequences for what they're doing to you. The reality is, your personal information is out there, exposed and vulnerable. It's on you to protect yourself.
Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. That's what your old TV's doing to you. So what else did I talk about in this video here? Yeah. So let's finish our video here.
What this means is I could be sitting here watching TV from my bedroom, and you could be anywhere in the world looking at this image of me watching.
Yep, I could be sitting on a laptop in a cafe in Paris, and as long as I have a network connection, I'd be able to get into your TV and access the camera.
The kind of scary things about it is that it doesn't actually give any indication that the camera's on, and there's no little LED that shows up when the camera's on. So it could actually be watching you and you never even know.
Do you know that we all have a secret digital profile collected by our two smart TVs? So how exactly does our TV know so much about us? It all comes down to something called ACR, or automatic content recognition. This technology is built right into many smart TVs, and it's far more powerful than most people realize. ACR works by not only taking screenshots, but also listening to the audio coming from your screen. Then it compares that content to a massive database of shows, ads, and scenes to figure out exactly what you're watching and when. It's not just about knowing the channel or app. You're being tracked down to the second.
There are also reports that smart TVs themselves are watching what you do and reporting the data back to the company that made the devices. So what kind of information are they using?
Well, just think about your phone and all of the important information that's available on your phone created by applications. So on your smart TV, there might be Netflix, there might be YouTube, and all of these applications, just like the apps on your phone, they talk to not just the device maker back home, but they talk to each other and they send information between each other. So much of that information is just as vulnerable as anything on your phone. And if it has your TV has a weak or non-existent password, all of that information is accessible by cyber attackers.
According to Dr. Peter Snyder's 2021 research at Brave, ACR doesn't just collect what you stream online. It can also grab data from what you watch through HDMI, like DVDs or game consoles. So even if you're playing an offline video game or watching an old disc, your TV still knows what's going on and logs the details. A 2018 report from UC Berkeley, titled Watching You Watch, confirmed that ACR was present in millions of TVs from brands like Vizio, Samsung, and LG. What's worse is that these hidden features are often turned on by default, with opt-out settings hidden behind vague or misleading menu options. You thought you brought home a television to watch content, but what you really brought home was a two-way system, one that watches you back constantly and builds a detailed profile of your habits, preferences, and routines, even your banking credentials. It does it without ever needing your permission.
Conceivably, what could they be using this data for?
Well, for the same data, the same reason you might want to siphon information off of your phone, that's pretty useful not just to hackers, but to big data companies. However, what's really interesting is this new practice called cookie syncing. That is when I have a cookie that's a little piece of data on my computer or my phone that identifies my browser and what I'm doing on that phone or with the applications. I can then sign into accounts. Those accounts I'm also signed into on my television. And it lets me, or it lets device makers sync the information between my TV, my phone, and my computer, so you can have a pretty good idea of who someone is and their habits.
But the real danger is when people start using smart TVs for things like online banking, we can take a popular bank address and translate that into a different IP address to a site that directs to a site that we control. So it may look like your bank's login, but you're actually entering a username and password that goes to us instead of your bank.
Once your smart TV collects all that data, it doesn't just sit there, it travels. That information gets sent off, packaged into a neat little profile with your habits, interests, and behaviors, and enters a marketplace most people don't even know exists.
That data then sits there, and it sits there for another company to use, perhaps through advertising. There's an advertising component to all of this. It sits there to be hacked at some point later on in the future, and it sits there for the government to access it should they decide to do that.
That same study estimated that your viewing profile can sell for anywhere from $5 to $15, depending on how detailed and targetable it is. The study also found that children's viewing data is especially valuable because the advertisers use it for something called early behavioral modeling. Basically, by studying what kids watch now, they try to predict and influence how they'll behave in the future. That kind of data can drive ad prices up by as much as 30%. A 2022 report from the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, or CRTC, showed that 70% of people had no idea this was happening at all. No clue their movie nights were turning into marketable data. With a smart TV, you're not just a viewer anymore. You've become a product, quietly sold to the highest bidder every time you hit play. For years, smart TV companies quietly collected data while no one was really paying attention. But in 2017, things started to unravel. That year, the Federal Trade Commission, or FTC, filed a complaint against Vizio, one of the biggest smart TV manufacturers in the US. The FTC revealed that 11 million Vizio TVs had been collecting detailed viewing data, down to what shows were watched and when, and selling it to third parties. What made it worse? They did it without ever getting clear consent from users. In the end, Vizio settled the case, agreeing to pay $2.2
All right. I want you to look at something, okay? 11 million TVs, right? So that's 11 million. And let's just say they sold that data from those 11 million TVs for $1 a piece. Okay? They sold your data because you're one of those 11 million for $1. They settled out of court for 2.2 million. So they made a handsome profit on selling your information. So what is going to prevent them from continuing to sell your information when they know they're going to make an $8 million profit on your information, if not more? That's just at $1. It's a minimum at 5, up to 30. Do the math, folks. So the most clandestine spy network in the world are smart televisions.
$2 million and delete all the data they had just gathered. This made headlines for exposing just how far this kind of surveillance had already gone.
The FTC and the New Jersey Attorney General's office reached an understanding with Vizio. The TV manufacturer is going to pay $2.2 million in a settlement after the FTC found the TV manufacturer had used 11 million of its TV sets to spy on the owners of those sets.
All right. Let me see what else we went in. I covered that. All right. This one. This is from Rice University, and this is a breastfeeding device that works off Bluetooth that pregnant women, or actually, I'm sorry, newborn mothers who have just given birth, put this wire assembly on their breasts, hook it up to an app on their phone. Okay, we just went through the whole app on your smart device, how they're connected to the apps on your television, connected to the apps on your laptop, on your iPad, etc., etc. So this device will monitor how much breast milk the newborn mother is presenting to her newborn infant. I don't know if I do that, but that's a woman thing. I'm not a woman. So we got into that. Where are we at here? Oh yeah, there's a device. Here's me. Okay. Here's where I talk about another Rice University article, and this is the Houston Health Department, where they are monitoring the wastewater. That means your feces and urine and whatever biological materials you flush down the toilet. They use this to stay ahead of the measles outbreak. So basically what they've done is they've taken the wastewater system, the sewer system, and the water treatment plants, put in sensors, and they are able to detect a measles outbreak before the person who has the measles even knows they have the measles. And now I can get a urinalysis on for disease control and prevention designated National Wastewater Surveillance System Center of Excellence, supporting research and innovation in wastewater surveillance nationwide, folks. Nationwide. Like I said, no, I was thinking out loud and said it out loud, and I don't know. I'm all confused now. With infectious diseases like COVID-19, flu, RSV, wastewater surveillance has proven to be an efficient, timely, and resource-effective tools, Stadler said. Now, with measles cases on the rise, we're using the same approach to detect the presence of this highly contagious virus in Houston's wastewater before outbreaks occur. Okay. Well, what's in your excrement? Whether it is fecal matter or urine. DNA. Ooh, really? So they can capture that in mass and actually run it through and get a DNA profile. Yeah, you could do that, Floyd. And you could match it against other DNA databases. Ooh, yeah, that's a thing, Floyd. And as you apply the sensors closer and closer to the main source, you can No, there's no such thing as surveillance states, folks. That's a misnomer. With infectious diseases like COVID-19, flu, RSV, wastewater surveillance is proven to be an efficient, timely, and resource-effective tool, Stadler said. Now, with measles cases on the rise, we are using the same approach to detect the presence of this highly contagious virus in Houston's wastewater before outbreaks occur. Proven early detection capabilities. Recent findings from Houston Wastewater Epidemiology's collaboration with Texas Epidemic Public Health Institute, which I never heard of, confirm the effectiveness of wastewater surveillance for measles. In January 2025, Houston Wastewater Epidemiology respectively tested wastewater samples collected across the city and analyzed them for measles. Wastewater collected on January 7th tested positive for measles, while the first confirmed case was not officially reported until January 17th, Stadler said. The cases were travel-related and did not lead to an outbreak, but our detection validates the power of wastewater surveillance as a potential early warning tool. And here is Lauren Boz, Xijing Wu, and Lauren Stadler. That's the one who's making the quotes here. With measles actively circulating in Texas, the Houston Wastewater Epidemiology Team, can we just say HWE, has expanded monitoring across the city. A third case of measles was recently reported in Houston in March. An unvaccinated infant who was exposed to measles during international travel. No wastewater detections have been reported that are associated with this case since the patient wore diapers and was unlikely to be directly contributing to the wastewater stream. We're in full preparedness mode, Hopkins said. If measles reaches Houston, wastewater surveillance will help detect resources to impacted communities and encourage vaccinations. The measles, mumps, rubella MMR vaccine has been in use for decades. One dose provides 93% protection, while two doses offer 97% protection. I wonder what these statistic people have to say about that, whether the risk for side effects for that extra 4% getting another dose. I wonder. Well, I'm just asking questions, because that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to question authority, question these results and findings that, is this really safe and effective? Is it actually even needed? Or is this just another technological overreach that, this vaccine is incredibly safe and highly effective, Hopkins said, with such a contagious virus. It is critical that we get immunization rates back up to protect our communities. How wastewater surveillance detects measles. Stadler's lab has developed highly sensitive assays to detect measles viruses in wastewater. The process begins with collecting wastewater samples from Houston's 38 wastewater treatment plants, as well as from targeted sites that serve especially vulnerable populations, such as K through 12 schools nursing homes, and homeless shelters. Once collected, the samples are concentrated to isolate the viral genetic material. Researchers then use droplet digital polymerase chain reaction technology to amplify the virus's unique RNA signature, allowing for precise detection. A key breakthrough in Stadler's method is the ability to distinguish between wild-type measles, which signals infectious cases, and the vaccine strain, preventing false alarms from vaccine-related shedding. A recent paper published in Environmental Science and Technology outlines how a team led by Jijing Wu, a postdoctoral scholar in Stadler's lab, and members of Todd Tregan's group in the computer science department at Rice developed and validated an assay to differentiate these strains in wastewater with an eye toward enhancing surveillance of vaccine-preventable diseases. Stadler. Okay, let me bump it up a little bit. A little bit more. Unlike clinical reporting, which depends on symptomatic individuals seeking medical attention, wastewater surveillance captures data from an entire community, detecting viruses shed through urine and feces. The method allows researchers to identify infections and, in some instances, before individuals show symptoms or visit healthcare providers, enabling early intervention. Did you hear what I just said? Enabling early intervention before the individual has symptoms that they're ill, or that they even go to a healthcare provider. Somehow, through the wastewater, they are able to go knock on their door and say, "Excuse me, you have measles." That's where we're at, folks. And I'm going to dive into some more of the technology that they use to do this. So let's get to the next one. Here we go. Rice research team creates universal RNA barcoding system for tracking gene transfer in bacteria. Oh no, this could no, that's not a bad thing, Floyd, is it? Again, Honorable Alexandra Becker, thank you. This is from March 18th. Rice research team creates universal RNA barcoding system for tracking gene transfer in bacteria. Now, why would you want to put a barcode on RNA unless you were putting a U.S. patent number on that particular strand of complementary or synthetic DNA? So they could track it. That way they could test your DNA and go, "Oh, you're transhuman. Let's see. Scan that barcode. Oh, you belong to ABC Pharmaceuticals. You need to go stand over there. Security. Oh, we own you now. You're a product. You're no longer human." You think that's why they want to barcode this shit? Okay. New method has far-reaching applications in medicine, biotechnology, and environmental science. And this was here, Rice News. There you go. This is a stock photo of a DNA double helix. So while we're here, let's examine this DNA strand. So, you know, we're all familiar with this. You know, these are little strands, and this is like one section, and this is another little section, right? And these are all different, and all these different sequences of these things, these little crossbars here, denote your genetic structure, your makeup, whether you have light skin, dark skin, pale skin, blonde hair. And basically when they go in and they snip one of these out with a biobot, which could be on a nanoscale, a picoscale, or femtoscale, and then replace this biological portion of your DNA with synthetic or complementary DNA, which just happens to have a barcode on it. So there you go. That's where we're at with that. Let's see, where else can we go? And here we go. Floyd said, motion artifact controlled micro brain sensors between hair follicles for persistent augmented reality brain computer interfaces. Well, let's go dive in and see what that's all about. Floyd, here's the significance. This study overcomes traditional brain computer interfaces, BCI, limitations by developing motion artifact controlled micro brain sensors that integrate seamlessly between hair strands. The sensor integrated wearable system achieves ultra low impedance density and high fidelity neural signal capture for multiple hours, even during intense motion, by demonstrating continuous telecommunication using augmented reality. This advance provides a pathway for the practical and continuous use of brain-computer interface, BCI, in everyday life, enhancing the integration of digital and physical environments. Would you like me to repeat that, folks? Let's continue. Abstract. Modern brain computing interfaces, BCI, utilizing electroencephalograms for bidirectional human-machine communication, face significant limitations from movement, vulnerable, rigid sensors, inconsistent skin electrode impedance, and bulky electronics, diminishing the system's continuous use and portability. Here, we introduce motion artifact controlled micro brain sensors between hair strands, enabling ultra low impedance density on skin contact for long-term usable, persistent brain computer interfacing with augmented reality, AR. An array of low-profile microstructured electrodes with a highly conductive polymer is seamlessly inserted into the space between hair follicles, offering high-fidelity neural signal capture for up to 12 hours while maintaining the lowest contact impedance density, 0.03, whatever K ohms. I'm not going to get into all that little minutia. But there you go. Implants that can go between your hair follicles. That's where we're at. So let's continue. Recommended articles. And search. Oh, yeah. We covered this 3D printer for food printer. If the Jetsons had a kitchen, that would be it. This is what it looked like. I don't know how to get out of this, I don't think. I don't know if you'd ever use a food printer, but basically this right here is the cartridge that has the material in it, and then it goes to the printer head, prints you out your cupcake. So you can give it to your significant other for your anniversary. All right, what else do we have? Floyd. It's on graphene GPU. Telling you what some of these new technologies like I said, graphene applications. What is graphene used for? Graphene is an atom thick. Okay, we're on the atomic level. What's that, Floyd? Pico. Oh, thought Pico technology didn't exist. Of course not. Who am I to say that, right? I'm just a nobody. I don't have a degree, I got a technical degree in horticulture from community college. I'm a nobody. I don't know shit, right? Graphene is a one atom thick sheet of carbon atoms arranged in a honeycomb-like pattern. Graphene is considered to be the world's thinnest, strongest, and most conductive material, both electricity and heat. All of these properties are exciting researchers and businesses around the world, as graphene has the potential to revolutionize entire industries in the field of electricity, conductivity, energy generation, batteries, sensors, and more. Again, this article is from April 7th, 2024. I have no idea who wrote it. Maybe we'll find out at the end. But here we go. Mechanical strength. Graphene is the world's strongest material and can be used to enhance. I'm not going to get into the minutia of graphene, but guess what? Everybody has graphene in their bodies currently. And Dr. Ed Group has claimed that you can extract all the graphene in your system by utilizing urine therapy. Urine therapy, yeah. How effective that is, I don't know. But he says he's done a before and after testing with multiple clients used to build quantum computers. A team of Rice University researchers have won a 4-year, $1.2 million grant from the Department of Energy to evaluate the strengths and limitations of different physical systems used to build quantum computers. All right, so basically what these guys are doing, they're shaking down all the quantum computer systems out there. So if there's a quantum financial system, these three guys right here are going to be the ones to shake it down, to make sure it works. Look for bugs, backdoors, all that neat little stuff that goes on with technology. All right, what else did I cover in this video? I covered a lot. And remember, I told you not to sleep on Taiwan, right? Let's go find out, Floyd.
Any attempt by Communist China to conquer Taiwan by force would result in devastating consequences for the Indo-Pacific and the world. There's no reason to sugarcoat it. The threat China poses is real, and it could be imminent. Deterrence starts in our own backyard. But beyond our borders and beyond our neighborhood, we are reorienting toward deterring aggression by Communist China. Asian allies should look to countries in Europe as a newfound example. NATO members are pledging to spend 5% of their GDP on defense, even Germany. So it doesn't make sense for countries in Europe to do that while key allies in Asia spend less on defense in the face of an even more formidable threat, not to mention North Korea. We're not here to preach to you about climate change or cultural issues. We're not here to impose our will on you. We are all sovereign nations. We should be able to choose the future we want to build. We respect you, your traditions, and your militaries. And we want to work with you where our shared interests align for peace and prosperity. We're doing this here in the Indo-Pacific in 3 distinct ways. And forgive me as I go into a little bit of detail. First, by improving our forward force posture. Second, by helping allies and partners strengthen their defense capabilities. And third, by rebuilding defense industrial bases.
Excuse me, I'm not going to play the entire video for it because it's about another 15 minutes or so. And I'm not done. I still got 4 more tabs, it looks like. All right. Let me go jam this up. And boy, these get was it at the beginning? No. This is Denise Rossi, folks. And just to give you a little backup, there was Dave Edwards, died penniless. There's another one, we'll get to him. There's another one, we'll get to her. There's another one, we'll get to him, we'll get to him, we'll get to her. We already covered her. We'll get to them. There's our number 1, Jack Whitaker. We'll get to her. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. And them. Of course, we covered Mickey. And we'll get to them. And them. And her. And we already talked about him. And we'll get to him. So where am I at? I am on Denise Rossi. This fine woman. So let's go hear Denise's story, folks, and find out how she handled life. In 1996, Denise Rossi won $1.3 million in the California lottery. Instead of sharing the news with her husband, she filed for divorce 11 days later, concealing her winnings. 2 years later, her ex-husband discovered the truth and sued her for not disclosing the lottery prize during their divorce proceedings. The court ruled in favor of her ex-husband, awarding him the entire lottery amount. Rossi's attempt to hide her winnings ultimately led to her losing everything. Her story highlights the legal implications of dishonesty and the importance of transparency, especially in financial matters. Obviously, he won the Texas Lotto. So how'd you fare there, old Billy Bob? Tell us. Well, Billy Bob Harrell Jr., a Home Depot employee and preacher from Texas, won a $31 million jackpot in 1997. He generously donated to his church and helped family members, but soon found himself overwhelmed by constant requests for money. Harrell's spending habits strained his finances and personal relationships. In 1999, just 2 years after his win, Harrell died by suicide. His tragic story emphasizes the emotional toll that sudden wealth can have and the importance of setting boundaries. And basically, I go through here and I show lottery winner after lottery winner. And their stories about how they became multimillionaires or a millionaire or very, very wealthy beyond what they had ever been able to manage in life. And their stories and why they're so tragic. And what was this on? Shenzhen. This is where, this is China's AI capital. So I'm not going to play that one for you. Y'all can go watch the video, but, it tells you everything.
Anything, but PM01 is more capable than it looks. It can rotate its upper body 320 degrees, walk 4 miles or 7 kilometers an hour, and its biomechanical joints let it handle complex tasks, from weaving through crowds to assisting in emergencies. For now, these robots are in pilot testing, but China is clearly moving fast towards integrating robotics into law enforcement. We'll go you one further. A futuristic and deceptively cute little orb named RTG by Logan Technology. It might look harmless, but this spherical robot packs a punch. It's equipped with non-lethal weapons like tear gas, smoke bombs, and even nets to capture suspects. It can reach speeds of 18 miles or 30 kilometers an hour, recognize faces, navigate over ground or water, and take impacts of up to 4 tons. Not a bad partner on patrol, eh? This is why robot police officers are so appealing. They can work 24/7, they never get tired, and carry out tasks that might be too dangerous or demanding for humans. Now, we could wander around futuristic Shenzhen all day, bumping into robots and high-tech marvels on every corner, but let's get on the fast track through Rolodex of industrial giants that quite literally built this city from wire, pixels, and silicon. But before we do, try counting how many companies we've mentioned in this video up until this point and let us know in the comments. All right. Huawei has its global headquarters right here, a world leader in 5G, AI, and smart city tech. Then there's Tencent, the company behind WeChat and half of China's internet, now investing heavily in the metaverse and digital ecosystems. DJI, operating out of the ultra-modern Sky City, has basically monopolized the global drone market, from influencers to the military. BYD makes electric vehicles, and their dark factory operates with no humans on the line, just industrial robots controlled by AI. Recently, Unitree Robotics opened a new facility here to take advantage of Shenzhen's robust supply chains and government support. They specialize in humanoid robots and robot dogs and are considered one of the world's leading developers in this field. If you watched our previous videos, you'd know that Deep Robotics robots save lives, fight fires, and operate in extreme conditions from -4 to 130 Fahrenheit or -20 to 55 Celsius. But Unitree's G1 can dance, or toast bread, do kung fu, and it was the first robot in the world to pull off a side flip. It might not sound like much, but from a machine learning perspective, it's a breakthrough. It's cheaper, more scalable, and already sold worldwide, and the competition doesn't stop at China's borders. Take JD Logistics.
I know you saw what that robot just did. That robot did a side flip, folks. That's where we're at today. Now imagine with that robot with artificial intelligence like Claude, Google's VO3, Flow, be able to think, reason logically. And then imagine if it had an exterior like some of those dolls that were very lifelike. this is where we're at with technology today. And I'm still, man, I've still got, I think, 4 more tabs to go. The last one's just super dense with material. More when we get into the first genetically modified human. We're going to get into gene editing, personalized gene editing, specifically targeted for your DNA to cure that rare disease you have. We're getting into some more DNA surveillance. Okay, that's what's coming up. That's where we're at today, right now. All this stuff you're seeing is today. Some of it is a little dated, not much. So where I'm at over here with this one. No, I can kill that one. Oh yeah, we're Get Rich or Die Trying. That's what the name of this video is. More on what's going on in Shenzhen. All right, so I have 3 more tabs to go. Pandora's box. What the fuck is in Pandora's box, Floyd? I know you're asking me that, right? Right. But I tell you what, I said it in the last video and then I posted it in the comments. Nobody caught it. So we're going to do it again tonight. I know I have 18 people viewing on YouTube. I have no idea how many over on Rumble or any other of the social media platforms, but I'm going to give away not this book, but I'm going to give away the ebook version of this book, which contains a revocable, irrevocable foreign land express, charitable remainder, and college education trusts. All the instructions, templates, examples, every other ancillary form that you would ever need to operate completely in trust, whatever that looks like. Whether you need to cancel a check, that form's in here. Stop payment, it's in here. You want to do a contract from your trustee to a third party, it's in here. Bank ledger, in here. Stocks, if you want to issue stocks for your trust or another organization, it's in here. Everything's in this book. It's a remarkable book. It really is. Worth every freaking penny, $249. Trust me. Nobody's ever gotten the book and go, oh my God, Floyd, I just feel like I've been ripped off. No. Everybody's like, oh my God. Yeah, everything's in here. Fee schedule, will and testament, how to get your IRS EIN, banking, stocks, bonds, deeds, transfer, power of attorney. Man, it just goes on and on and on. So anyway, how we play the game is we play it over in my Telegram room, which is the Fearless Floyd Show. So if you're not a member, go join my Telegram. And I told you guys that even though I'm getting people to join, my numbers were going to dip below 3,300, and I think we're almost there. So you're witnessing shadow banning in real time. That's why I point that out all the time. So anyway, how we play that is we play it in Telegram, so it is transparent. You're going to know who won before I will know who won. So we play over there. Go join my Telegram. You're going to run against a Rose and Shieldy. They're bots to protect the channel. So it's going to ask you to do a math equation. And when you get that solution, hypothetically 4 + 4 is what? Well, you don't post the number in there. You have to go find Rose or Shieldy over in your contacts and channels and groups. Open her up and put the 8 in there, and it'll automatically open up, and you'll be part of the Telegram room. And shit tons of material in there, videos, forms, all kind of stuff. Yeah. Believe me, you don't have enough life left in you to go view everything that's in in that Telegram room. But anyway, so I'll give you a code word, Emerald, just hypothetical. That's not the code word, but I'm just giving you an example, Emerald. And I would tell you whoever is the third post of Emerald going to win the book. It's that simple. Like I said, somebody's going to know before I know, because I'm not monitoring it, and I don't want to monitor it. So again, we're going to give away the ebook version of this book, and I want that person to be number 3, and the code word that I want to see in Telegram, number 3, will be governor. So whoever is number 3 posting governor, boom, you're going to win. All right, let's continue with the video. Oh, yeah, Pandora's box. How could I forget about Pandora's box? That was quite the entertaining video to do.
Fighting for their own survival. One OpenAI model rewrote its own code to avoid being shut down. And Anthropic started blackmailing the engineer. Kurt, the cyber guy, joins us now. Kurt, I read about this and my jaw dropped. It actually started blackmailing the engineers who were suggesting shutting the AI down. The AI was going after them. That's frightening.
Beyond frightening. Good morning to you, Rachel. Not to ruin your day, but this sort of Hollywood is becoming a reality if we don't do anything about it. Hope at the end of what I'm about to tell you, though. So get ready, though, to freak out about AI getting really out of control. There's an AI keyword I want you to know about. It's called alignment. AI alignment is the science of ensuring that AI systems do what we intend them to do instead of something like you just heard. Nonprofit AI research lab put alignment and disobedience to the test. The results, as Rachel did a cursory look at there, are pretty astonishing. OpenAI models, a simple script was given that would shut off the AI model when triggered. 79 out of 100 of those trials, the AI edited the script so that the shutdown command would no longer work. Another AI model from Anthropic that you talked about, further 84% of those tests, the AI model tried to blackmail the lead engineer in not shutting down the system. So it even left messages, by the way, to its future self about evading human control. Now, so what do we do about it? Well, China could actually teach us a lesson. Invested $82 billion into what's called controllable AI, or getting alignment on this. The U.S. needs its smartest minds working on this problem ASAP.
Do you know what else they need? We need bioethicists. We need people who can provide some morality around this technology, because so many of the people who are developing this technology are secularists. Their God is tech. And so we need to have that involved too. And that speaks to this next topic, because AI, we're learning, could actually devastate the Earth's population down to the size of the UK by the year 2300. And the reason is because they're replacing jobs that humans did with AI, and we'll lose our purpose, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are a whole bunch of these theories kicking around in the tech sphere. Well, one is about believing that the act of allowing AI to take our jobs now is in and of itself setting off this devastating chain of events. It goes like this. AI takes our jobs. We stop having kids fearing that they're not going to find work. Now, this causes a population implosion, taking what is today 6 billion human.
Huh? How many?
Taking what is today 6 billion human beings on the planet down to what you said, the size of the UK, which is about 100 million people.
There it is in black and white, so just in case you didn't hear it.
By 2300. Now, if you think that's fiction, think again. Some academics think that this population shrinkflation already is happening before our eyes. Because if you look at the stats right now out of the CDC, It measures that we are now at the lowest total fertility rate since the 1930s.
Yeah.
The data from 2023, 1.62 births per woman is the figure now. What does it take to keep us from, to replace the human race in America as we age out and leave the planet? 2.1 of that rate.
Yeah.
So we're shrinking. So
Yeah,
what are you going to do about it? Interestingly, did you see this? That
Well, there's
Elon
some
Musk,
people that like that. I mean, this is what Bill Gates always wanted. This is what a lot of these tech obsessed people have always wanted. They've wanted, and many on the left with depopulation. This is very scary stuff, Kurt.
did you see what Elon Musk is doing? I mean, this is sort of, he has this idea and it sounds fantastic, but watch him do it. Colonizing other planets like Mars. He wants to do it to reseed or reset Earth. Why? He's watching this. This is exactly what he called out years ago. So what do you and I do about this to at least slow it way down? We call our political representatives and we say, can you please put these smart minds on this so that we don't get offed by AI?
Yeah, smart in minds, but also people with a care and an interest in our souls and the fact that we are human beings, body and soul, and you take away people's work, you take away their dignity, and you replace humans with robots. This is not a recipe for happiness and fulfillment in the future.
No.
A lot to think about.
And you're right.
Kurt, thank you so much. By the way, you can get Kurt's free Cyber Guy report newsletter at cyberguy.com. Thank you, Kurt.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brad.
All right. What else did I have to talk about in this? Oh, yeah. A Stargate is a fictional device that creates artificial subspace wormholes, enabling near instantaneous transportation between two distant points in space. This technology, depicted in the Stargate franchise, including films and TV series, serves as a plot device allowing characters to travel to alien planets without needing spaceships or other advanced technology. All right, so there's your Stargate. Gave you the little quick version of it. And investment firms include, back up just a hair. Boom. Let's just ask it that. I don't know if I'm sharing or not, so let me go find out. I don't even have myself tuned in. I don't know if I'm sharing. I am. Stargate AI project is a significant initiative aimed at building the infrastructure necessary for the next generation of artificial intelligence models and applications. Spearheaded by a coalition of technology and investment firms, including OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and others, the project involves constructing a network of state-of-the-art AI data centers across the United States. This initiative, announced by U.S. President Donald Trump, has an estimated total cost of $500 billion, with an initial $100 billion allocated for early phases. The primary objective is to establish sufficient capacity and performance to meet the rapidly growing demand for AI in various sectors, such as scientific research, medicine, automation, defense, and financial services. The project, officially known as Stargate LLC, was formally announced on January 21st, 2021, and is expected to span multiple locations and phases, potentially becoming the largest AI infrastructure build-out in history. So I want you to take note of a few of these names in here, okay? One will be Oracle. Okay. Boom. All right. We've already talked about Oracle and Larry Ellison and Larry Ellison's motives, right? Have we not? Well, over here, I jump into Americans'
Palantir.
private records stock jumps. May 30th, 2025. Synopsis. Palantir to create vast federal data platform that connects millions of Americans' private records under powerful AI system. Backed by the Trump administration, Palantir's New Deal links Social Security, the Internal Revenue Service, and immigration data into one centralized system. It uses its Gotham software to flag fraud, track behavior, and potentially shape government decisions. While Palantir stock jumped 5.38% after the news, privacy advocates are raising concerns about surveillance and misuse. All right, most of you already know about Palantir by now, but I go in some more. I went into here, Larry Ellison practices and introduce innovative solutions and impact. Through Oracle and his many other ventures, he has shaped industries, driven technological progress, and inspired a generation of entrepreneurs. His goals and projects, including those related to AI and sustainability, underscore his commitment to shaping a better future powered by technology. Larry Ellison's vision for healthcare and medicine, revolutionizing healthcare through technology. Now remember, this is your Stargate AI project, 1/3 of the main partners, Larry Ellison of Oracle, who also owns the 98% of Lanai, Hawaii. All right. This is his vision for healthcare and medicine for the United States of America, if not the world. All right. Please listen. Ellison's ambition in healthcare. Larry Ellison's healthcare goals focus on modernizing systems to provide efficient, accurate, and highly personalized medical care. His initiatives aim to eliminate outdated practices and introduce innovative solutions, specifically through technology-driven platforms. Healthcare records and technological integration. Ellison advocates for creating a universal platform for electronic health records, EHRs, that would connect healthcare providers globally. This system would allow doctors, hospitals, and patients to access and update medical information instantly, significantly reducing administrative delays and clinical errors. Oracle has been pivotal in pursuing these advancements, working on platforms that integrate AI to organize vast amounts of patient data while embedding state-of-the-art encryption protocols to ensure data security and privacy. One specific project linked to Ellison's healthcare initiatives is Oracle's involvement in building comprehensive national health databases, which aim to centralize patient information for better coordination between healthcare providers and researchers. DNA-specific medicines. Ellison's focus on DNA-specific medicine marks a significant shift towards personalized healthcare. His vision involves using genetic sequencing technologies to develop treatments tailored to an individual's DNA, optimizing their effectiveness and reducing adverse reactions. This approach could revolutionize how diseases such as cancer, diabetes, and cardiovascular conditions are treated, offering therapies based on genetic predispositions. The role of AI in personalized medicine. Ellison believes AI will play a transformative role in genetics-based healthcare. Oracle's AI-driven platforms are designed to analyze genetic data, identify biomarkers, and predict the outcomes of tailored treatments. This technology would enable quicker drug development cycles, precise diagnostics, and highly customized patient care. Philanthropic efforts in medical research. Through the Ellison Medical Foundation, Larry Ellison has poured millions into research focused on aging and age-related diseases. The foundation has funded projects studying telomeres, cellular repair mechanisms, and treatments for Alzheimer's and other degenerative conditions. These efforts align with his broader healthcare goals of finding better ways to extend human longevity and enhance quality of life. Conclusion. Larry Ellison's initiatives in healthcare, including his drive for universal EHRs and DNA-based medicines, showcase a targeted approach to solving systematic inefficiencies and advancing human well-being. His reliance on AI and data analytics stands at the forefront of these endeavors, paving the way for a future where medicine is not only more efficient, but tailored to the unique needs of every individual. Then I showed the video of Terence McKenna on his novelty theory that he came out with in, I believe this is 1998. And I don't want to play the whole thing for you. I might go back and play it at the very end of the video just for everybody. But let me get on through the rest of this minutia of information for you guys. One of my viewers, we were talking about power. And I asked, does power seed power? And according to Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and never will. This suggests that the power does not willingly give up its control or influence unless compelled to do so. And if you remember listening to the statistics that out of 100 tests in their studies with artificial intelligence, I believe it was 73% of the time, and the other one was 82% of the time, something, three quarters of the time that the artificial intelligence was going to buck. We've already seen what it's capable of. So the concept of power in social and political contexts involve the ability to influence or direct the actions, beliefs, or conduct of others. Power does not solely rely on the threat or use of force, but can also be exerted through institutional structures and discourse. Social media bots, anybody? Robot educators, anybody? Your television, targeting your children, watching their habits so they can program for the future. I know. If you've been following me and listening to this entire video of my coverage of all the topics that I presented over the last 2 weeks in my shows, it's mind-numbing for one. I agree, especially for doing them all. But learning this information and learning what the fuck is really going on as I search for the truth. So come on this journey with me and let's find out where the fuck it goes, because I swear to God, we're in the Terminator movie and we know how that ends, right? It probably doesn't. I'm sure one will come out and Arnold will be in a wheelchair or something, or maybe he won't be in a wheelchair at all. It will be 100% artificial intelligence that creates the whole next Terminator movie. Wow, wouldn't that be a trip? If somebody fed all the Terminator movies into all this artificial intelligence and told it to recreate or create the next Terminator movie. 100% artificial intelligence created. Boy. James Cameron, I just gave you an idea. You own the name to the rights to the Terminator series. Did I just create a plot? I'm copywriting that. I own it. It's my plot. Don't steal it. I'm claiming it right now. Bam. Terminator, next movie. The Terminator goes AI on humanity. Oh, we're going to 86 AI. Maybe not. All right. So into the next show I go. This one, the world's first genetically modified human. Personalized gene editing. Okay. So you have to pay attention to the words coming out my mouth. Again, here is your 3D food printer. So let me go erase my double self. Blow that up for you. Your end product. Food safe consumption. Here's the actual machine. There's your little syringe. There's the printing head. That's a 3D printer. And I was talking about food for a reason because, you know, what if we're just buying food in a tube now? We're 3D printing it and it'll print pretty much whatever we, you know, our hearts desire.
That could ravage crops in the United States. We're trying to bring those to the homeland. Now, one of those suspects is in custody, will appear in a federal courtroom tomorrow at 1 p.m. The other is in China after he was denied entry into the U.S. while trying to smuggle in that biological pathogen last year.
Okay, well, we already know about all that, right? Okay. I did that because that's how easy it is. And look, they're everywhere, okay? There's... would anybody be surprised if they found out there were 1,000 Chinese special forces embedded in the United States? Probably not. Anybody who's been following anything. So, you know, of course, you know, we went and got some financial advice from Jamie Dimon. So here it is. This is from Darren Moore. If you're not familiar with him on YouTube, go check him out. He follows basically XRP and finance. But here, we're going to listen to Jamie Dimon.
If you're not careful, the newspapers will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people who are doing the oppressing.
Going back to the Reagan years, you think bond vigilantes are back?
Yeah. You know, these are very large numbers. You've seen it a little bit. You know, you had the crack in the bond market in COVID a little bit. You know, the government did the right stuff, then they massively overdid both spending and QE. We borrowed and spent $10 trillion from 2020 to today. Okay, that, and you heard the numbers before. We also bought $4 trillion of your securities on top of the $4 trillion we bought in the first go round. Those numbers are true globally, not quite as big as ours, but the QE of us was 8 trillion. The QE of the rest of the world is another 8 trillion or something like that. You're talking about huge sums of money. We don't really know the full effect of it.
I know you just heard what he said, right? Okay. While the rest of the world is moving 8 trillion in securities per day or during a quarter, I think he said, JP Morgan's moving the same amount. So you think he might know a little something about a little something?
Of that. And, the bond dealers, which Gary mentioned, inventories are much smaller than they used to be, partially because of rules and regulations. And you are going to see a crack in the bond market. Okay? It is going to happen. And I tell this to my regulators, some of who are in this room, I'm telling you it's going to happen, and you're going to panic. I'm not going to panic. We'll be fine.
Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, is making some bold predictions about the U.S. debt market. He's saying that there's cracks happening right now in the Treasury market, specifically in the long end of the yield curve, the U.S. 30-year yield as well as the U.S. 10-year yield. The U.S. 30-year yield is almost at 5% and is continuing to grind upwards. When U.S. debt sells off, the Treasury yields rise. There's an inverse relationship. The big beautiful bill that just was passed was adding $4 trillion to the deficit, with $5 trillion needed to be added to the debt ceiling. As the government spends, the U.S. Treasury issues Treasury bonds into the markets. There are banks, foreign nations, consumers purchasing these treasuries, and the U.S. government is promising to pay them back at a different time. This is how the U.S. government raises funds.
Panic. We'll be fine. We'll probably make more money, and then some of my friends will tell me that we like crises because it's good for J.P. Morgan Chase. Not really. I tell people when Credit Suisse went bankrupt at the First Republic, it was terrible for the banking industry. I think we can make everything better, including that, by just changing and modifying certain rules and regulations, letting market makers intermediate more in the market. But to give you a number, like just JP Morgan alone buys and sells $3 trillion a day. And we move $10 trillion a day of money. And we're probably a tenth. So the money moving around the world.
Government spends, the U.S. Treasury issues Treasury bonds into the markets. There are banks, foreign nations, consumers purchasing these treasuries, and the U.S. government is promising to pay them back at a different time. This is how the U.S. government raises funds.
Panic. We'll be fine. We'll probably make more money, and then some of my friends will tell me that we like crises because it's good for J.P. Morgan Chase. Not really. I tell people when Credit Suisse went bankrupt at the First Republic, it was terrible for the banking industry. I think we can make everything better, including that, by just changing and modifying certain rules and regulations, letting market makers intermediate more in the market. But to give you a number, like just JP Morgan alone buys and sells $3 trillion a day. And we move $10 trillion a day of money. And we're probably a tenth. So the money moving around the world is $100 trillion a day. The money moving around the investments, this is stocks, bonds, corporate governments, derivatives, credit, you name it, FX, sovereign debt around the world, 30 trillion. The people who set those long-term rates are those people, including you in the room. It's not the Federal Reserve. They can try to manipulate the long-term rate. They can do what's it called? They do the twist or whatever. It doesn't work for that long. So if you look at economic history, bad things happen. When those tectonic plates shift, it's very hard to see in real time. It is shifting, and this is one of them. I just don't know if it's going to be a crisis in 6 months or 6 years. And I'm hoping that we change both the trajectory of the debt and the ability of market makers to make markets. And also remember, there are a lot of people, going down to Washington who actually like the bad markets. And the problem with the bad markets isn't that it's bad for the big banks who make markets. It's bad for the people who raise money, small businesses, asset-backed securities, middle market companies, corporations, the United States government. Very umbrella of America, and then the global economy, of which trade is a part. The other parts are do people want to partner with you? Do you have your alliances? Do you have investment agreements and all those various things? And they're changing. And then our debt, which you just heard a bunch of folks talk about eloquently, it's large. And it's not just us. We added $10 trillion in 5 years. We have, you had Reagan up there talking about deficits. The debt to GDP was 35% and the deficit was 3.5%. Today it's 100% debt to GDP net and a deficit of almost 7%, highest peacetime ever. And when the CBO does their numbers, which I don't really trust, by the way, they should do the stress test. Like what happens if we go into a recession? That 7% will be 10%. And so we have problems and we got to deal with them. And then the biggest one underlying both that is the enemy within.
The big banks are mandated by the U.S. government to hold a large amount of U.S. treasuries. These are collateral requirements. But the big banks are consistently doing stress tests, while the Federal Reserve and other regulators are doing them infrequently. The big banks are doing them frequently. So under these scenarios, what we're talking about is very sophisticated AI as well as traders shorting treasuries at the same time that they're holding them in order to manage their portfolio with as least amount of risk as possible. Now, when they're shorting treasuries, this is more sell pressure into the U.S. Treasury market that Jamie Dimon has said that there's already cracks happening in this bond market.
I wouldn't rethink it. We know what constitutes national security. We need, I was saying we shouldn't be stockpiling Bitcoin. We should be stockpiling guns, bullets, tanks, planes, drones, rare earths. We know what we need to do. This is not a mystery.
Did you say stockpiling Bitcoin?
Underlying both that is the enemy within.
The big banks are mandated by the U.S. government to hold a large amount of U.S. treasuries. These are collateral requirements. But the big banks are consistently doing stress tests, while the Federal Reserve and other regulators are doing them infrequently. The big banks are doing them frequently.
And let me inform you that Jamie Dimon was one of the first CEOs of the top tier banks to demand to be on the forefront of AI technology and capabilities. So when you hear Jamie Dimon and Darren speak that the big banks are doing regular stress tests, and when some entity on the caliber of JP Morgan Chase, who clearly he just said we move 10 trillion a day, and they're doing the stress test, and they're using AI to do that stress test, which can look larger and better, of course, has more capability than a team of accountants sitting in front of a computer in a bullpen, correct? So as we listen to this, and Jamie Dimon knows what the financial market looks like because they're continuously doing stress tests. They're looking for those cracks. They're always looking for the edge to make more money, of course. But let's listen to the financial advice of JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon.
So under these scenarios, what we're talking about is very sophisticated AI as well as traders shorting treasuries at the same time that they're holding them in order to manage their portfolio with as least amount of risk as possible. Now, when they're shorting treasuries, this is more sell pressure into the U.S. Treasury market that Jamie Dimon has said that there's already cracks happening in this bond market.
Okay, Jamie, what should we be doing?
I wouldn't rethink it. We know what constitutes national security. We need,
Bitcoin?
I said we shouldn't be stockpiling Bitcoin.
Oh, shouldn't be.
We should
Okay.
be stockpiling bullets.
Okay.
The military guys tell you that, if there's a war in the South China Sea, we have missiles for 7 days. Okay, come on. I mean, we can't say that with a straight face and think that's okay. So we know what to do. We just got to now go about doing it.
How often do we hear a CEO of a large bank tell us that we should be stockpiling bullets rather than stockpiling Bitcoin? JP Morgan is one of the largest banks in the world, and Jamie Dimon reveals that he just left China.
I just got back from China last week. They're not scared, folks. This notion they're going to come bow to America, I wouldn't count on that. And when they have a problem, they put 100,000 engineers on it. And
to me, this is very unusual for the CEO of a large bank to caution the public that he's very scared after he left China. that we should be stockpiling bullets, and also that the entire U.S. system is looking like it could collapse. U.S.
All right. We covered that pretty well. And there's some more of Jamie closing out. Y'all can go watch the video. Omar Ibrahim, Hunun Daun, Arnev Shah. So we can probably guess that, these are Indian. This is obviously, despite strong sequence representation. So we can probably guess that, these are Indian. This is obviously Asian, Middle Eastern, possibly, could be American. But you see these names, some of them could possibly be Chinese. So BioReason, incentivizing multimodal biological reasoning with a DNA-LLM model. That's large learning machine. Abstract. Unlocking deep, interperceptible biological reasoning from complex genomic data is a major AI challenge hindering scientific discovery. Current DNA foundation models, despite strong sequence representation, struggle with multi-step reasoning and lack inherent, transparent, biologically intuitive explanations. We introduce BioReason, a pioneering architecture that, for the first time, deeply integrates a DNA foundation model with large language model. This novel connection enables the LLM to directly process and reason with genomic information as a fundamental input, fostering a new form of multimodal biological understanding. BioReason's sophisticated multi-step reasoning is developed through supervised fine-tuning and targeted reinforcement learning, guiding the system to generate logical, biologically coherent deductions. On biological reasoning benchmarks, including KEGG-based disease pathway prediction, while accuracy improves from 88% to 97%, and variant effect prediction, BioReason demonstrates an average 15% performance gain over strong single modality baselines. BioReason reasons over unseen biological entities and articulates decision-making through interpretable, step-by-step biological traces, offering a transformative approach for AI in biology that enables deeper mechanistic insights and accelerates testable hypotheses generation from genomic data. I'm not going to get into the minutiae of that with you guys, but there you go. You're more than welcome. Check out BioReason. It's here for a reason. Here's the conclusion. But basically, it advances computational biology by seamlessly integrating high-capacity DNA sequence encoders, integrating high-capacity DNA sequence encoders to decode the DNA sequence with flexible reasoning of large language models, yielding unified framework that excels at both mechanistic pathway inference and variant pathology prediction. All right, so it's learning. It's going somewhere. So let's see what else we have here. All right. This is where I cover the Association for Molecular Pathology, Myriad Genetics, Inc. Supreme Court case from, I believe this is June 13th, 2013. And the holding in this is basically that DNA that's 100% organic, made by nature, is not patent eligible. However, DNA that has been genetically modified by any method, which means that the biological natural DNA has been incorporated with synthetic or complementary DNA, which turned it into a patent eligible product owned by that particular manufacturer or licensee of the complementary or synthetic DNA. So basically, a naturally occurring organism that has not been genetically modified is not patent eligible. But any biological organism that has been genetically altered, i.e., personalized gene editing. Oh, did I say that out loud? Would be patent eligible. So we're going to move on to the world's first humanly patented human being. New York Times has just reported a historic milestone in medicine. A child has been cured using the first gene editing therapy custom built for an individual patient. The therapy corrected a single letter mutation in the genome, the root cause of a deadly rare disease. This breakthrough offers new hope for the more than 30 million Americans living with one of over 7,000 rare genetic diseases, the vast majority of which have no effective treatment. It also brings renewed attention to the importance of continued investment in fundamental research, which laid the groundwork for this moment. Right? All right, I'm not going to get into the rest of that. Y'all can go check it out yourselves. But first genetically modified human being is on the planet, folks. And as we move on, surveillance, how they want to get your DNA. Remember, they're going to get it through the wastewater. They have high capacity DNA encoders, right? Well, let's go see what this is all about. This is microfluidic purification of genomic DNA. Okay, so basically we're purifying the microfluids of genomic DNA. So let's go see what this is all about, Floyd. AS, and I forget what that stands for. There we go. Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences of the United States of America. So this research article right here under the engineering, and you know, here's the authors. Microfluidic purification of genomic DNA. Let me repeat that. Microfluidic purification of genomic DNA. Here we go with that genomic DNA again. January 23rd, 2025. Significance. Extraction is an essential preliminary to genetic analysis, and next generation sequencing technologies place increasing demands on sample purity and integrity. In this paper, we demonstrate a microfluidic device for extracting purified DNA from cell lysates. Coupled shear and electric fields drive large polyelectrolyte molecules such as DNA and RNA to migrate across the field lines, creating a highly selective fractionalization that removes proteins, salts, and cellular debris. The device is unique in exploiting the flexibility of DNA to separate it from contaminants. A simple design cut into single layer of acrylic can achieve sample purity comparable to magnetic-based extraction kits. The low cost of materials makes the idea attractive for point-of-care applications. Abstract. We describe a microfluidic device to extract DNA from a cell lysate without the need for centrifuges, magnetic beads, or gels. Instead, separation is driven by transverse migration of DNA, which occurs when a polyelectrolyte solution flowing through a microfluidic channel is subjected to an electric field. All right, I'm not going to get into the minutia of the rest of that, but basically, what we are describing is okay, we're going to take that wastewater and then we're going to run it through our microfluidic device to extract DNA from cell lysate and get rid of all the debris and all the other garbage and isolate it. All right. And how are they going to do this? Amplification of PCR, right there, you see at the bottom. Like I said, I don't want to get into the minutia of all this because that's where I think I shot over everybody's head in the actual shows, which are lengthy. Yeah, that's some more of it. So, and again, here's the wastewater article. They're talking about, how they're going to surveillance and stay ahead of the measles outbreak by coming knocking on your door telling you you got measles. Well, I just wanted mail. Can I get a you got mail? I don't want a you got measles. All right. And I must have been reading something here. Yeah, well, let's go see what I'm reading. I subscribe to the U.S. Department of Commerce. Yeah, newsletter. All right. Regulations, of course, everybody's, talking about the problems. All right. So obviously regulation, laws, ethics, standards, morals, constitutionality. I mean, there's just so many variables out here in play with AI, robotics, DNA, DNA testing, DNA surveillance. It's wide open, right? So I went and found as much as I could on regulatory guidelines, laws, all that stuff. And like I said, every day this is evolving. Every day there's new stuff everywhere. I mean, happening here, Asia, even with our own government. So the Department of Commerce put out an email, and I had it. I think I threw it in the trash. But basically, they changed. Yeah, threw it all away. Let me. I'll just pull it up for you real quick. Yep. That sure was a lot easier. Going looking for something, or even playing it for you guys. So here you go. This is from June 3rd, 2025, from the U.S. Department of Commerce. Statement from U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick on transforming the United States Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute into the pro-innovation, pro-science United States Center for Artificial Intelligence Standards and Innovation. Washington, under the direction of President Trump, Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick announced his plans to reform the agency, formerly known as the United States AI Safety Institute, into the Center for AI Standards and Innovations, fondly called by their acronym CASE. So he goes on and on and on more about blah, 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 blah. Y'all can go read it or actually watch the video and get it yourself. And then I found this cat over on X. So there's a Law Zero. That's their take on it. And here's what the FDA has done. Without having to go into all that for you, the agency is using the AI tool to vet clinical studies, research papers, because it found that once it started to review some of these submissions, that they were miscited, misquoted, just full of tons of errors. And the time it would take a human to vet all that material is very lengthy. That's why getting FDA approval for things, for substances, takes forever. And AI is being incorporated in the FDA as a tool to evaluate all these different submissions, to vet their trustworthiness, and whether they are authentic and do what they say they can do. So as you see, AI is being incorporated into the federal government. It's going to be continued to be incorporated into the federal government to eventually, just like what had happened during the Biden administration, where we had a bunch of lackey government bureaucrats, some who just didn't even bother to show up to work. Yeah, they're going to try to eliminate their own job by use of AI and still retain their job. Yeah, that's going to happen. So be prepared for that. And what else did I have here? And of course, the 10-year rule. What? 10-year rule. Marjorie Taylor Greene once, I guess she got off her fucking fat ass and decided to read. And I understand it's kind of difficult to read 1,000 pages of mundane legal mumbo jumbo prepared ambiguously by a cadre of evildoers called lawyers. Sorry, I misspoke. Not. But she kind of got alarmed over the big, beautiful bill, Build Back Better, BBB 666. No. Ushering in the New World Order would eliminate all 50 states, all U.S. territories, provinces, and assets from challenging the federal government, who would have penultimate authority over AI. The states would have no right, no say-so for 10 years. Whoops. It sucks. Right? So here we go. Let me bounce over here and show you guys. There she is over here like, hey, wah. Oh, now you want to raise some hell? Yeah, well, we know that all of you guys over there in Congress, y'all are all in on it. Y'all are all money laundering one way or another. The other side may be doing it a whole lot more better than you are. Okay. Because it seems like everybody on the right, y'all are hiding it a little bit better. Y'all aren't so flamboyant and out there with it and don't give a fuck like Nancy and her gang. But yeah. But you can go into more of that, check that out. And what else I got here? I got another one up here. Oh, yeah. I had to go ask a question because, we are searching for the truth, right? Isn't that what this is all about? Searching for the truth? Nod your head. Go, yep, Floyd, we want to know the truth. All right. Well, let's go find out. Let's go find out. Let's go fuck around. Come on. hot. So I went and asked a question. I know I'm running up on 2 hours here, so I have to be extremely judicious with my time. Plantier contract department. So I went and found out because it always said and more. So what's the more part? So I went and looked and I asked, okay, because we already know that it's doing the contract with Social Security Administration and Internal Revenue Service, right? We know they're working with ICE. So Palantir Technologies has been involved in contracts with multiple U.S. departments, agencies, and bureaus, reflecting in its extensive role in both government and private sectors. Here's a detailed breakdown of the specific entities involved: the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. Army, U.S. Intelligence Community, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, U.S. Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Social Security Administration, U.S. Internal Revenue Service, additional agencies and bureaus, California Police Departments. Summary, table, department, agency, bureau, contract details, key projects, tools. And I don't think I need to go any deeper with that, but as you see, they're already tied into the Department of Labor, the IRS, the Social Security Administration, Health and Human Services. So they pretty much got you covered every which way Sunday, right? They got you at your job. They got you on your payroll. They got you on your taxes. They got you on your health care, Medicare, Medicaid, whatever the hell that looks like. And of course, the contracts with the military and intelligence community. What do you think when you add up 2 plus 2? Does you get 4? Floyd, tell me, brother, do you? Preach it. You connect Stargate AI. You connect Palantir, and you have 2 Stargates that can create your digital twin, your digital DNA, as well as your biological DNA. And there's the McKenna video again. And poof, we'll take him out. And I showed that one. Oh, well, cool. I'm at the end of the rope. Yeah, because we already talked about this little dude. Where you at? Where you at? This one? Yeah.
Twins. These devices can be mounted on rovers, robotic dogs, or bipeds like Tron 1 from Lynx Dynamics. With just 10 minutes of scanning, you got a detailed digital replica of the environment you're looking at. You know their tech is legit when you find out they're partnering with Disney on top of game design companies that use X-Grids for immersive world building.
Immersive world building coming to Disneyland, Disney World near you. Or your ABC affiliate, ESPN, all those other entities owned by the Walt Disney Corporation. Where you're going to get your news from Mickey and Minnie, and sports with Goofy, and weather with Pluto. Welcome to the weird world we live in 2025. I hope I've given you a little, just a modicum of education of what the fuck is really going on. The search for the truth, whatever it looks like, good, bad, ugly, indifferent. Yeah, it is what it is. For those of you who hung around, stuck around, hey, thank you for being here. I really do appreciate each and every one of you. It's Friday night. You're sacrificing it with me. Awesome. I just hope I gave you a little education, a little intellectual curiosity, a little compassion, a little survival instinct, a little motivation to step your game up and get on point before you get swept away with all the knuckleheads out there just being knuckleheads, not utilizing their time wisely to educate themselves or prepare. I don't know what the future looks like to you, but it could be something else. I got a shit ton of comments over here. So, Antium, hello. Welcome to the show. Sakai, hello. I know y'all been in here just posting. I've been catching some of it, not all of it, but I want to come over and say hello to everybody. Conspiratory, hello. Hey, Buffy, thank you for stopping in. Didn't hear back from you. Angel Eyes, hello. And I don't even know who won the book. I haven't even gone to look yet. So your book will be sent to you in Telegram as soon as I get over there after the show and check it out. I need to run up to the grocery store real quick for 11, but I'll take care of it when I come back. And hey, Kyla. Yeah, it's beyond interesting once you dive in. This is what this is. Listen, here we go. That's your future. Remember what I said. 5 and under children being born right now, they're gonna assimilate into a completely different world than you and I, or even generation XYZ, whoever the hell they are. I mean, they're gonna have autonomous vehicles picking them up and taking them to school. They're going to be able to order autonomous vehicles, on their watch or with an implant. And they're probably going to be able to live, a couple hundred years. Professional sports, now they have the enhanced games, if y'all aren't familiar with that, which means you can use all the performance enhancing drugs, your heart's desire, to win. And I thought about doing that myself. I was like, why don't they just do something that they don't test and just let everybody go full bore, monitor them, make sure they're under a physician's care. So, they don't fall out during your competition because they decide they want to do jack growth hormone and every steroid under the sun and a little cocaine, a little meth, a little Molly, and all this and ketamine. And before they know it, they weren't a human anymore. They were just a walking cocktail of drugs. So yeah, that would be interesting, but that's where we're at now. We have artificial intelligent robots being created strictly for combat. Now, whether that's entertainment combat or like real military combat or both. And they've already started pay-per-view robot combat competitions in Asia. Yeah. So this is this crazy world that we're in now. And for somebody like me that's investigating it and looking for the truth, and I keep finding more technologies that have the potential to be life-changing for humanity. Good or bad. Okay, good or evil. Take that however you want. And I want to share all this with you and, try to get everybody up to date of what's going on because, we all know that they've been using nanobots for at least 5 years, if not longer. They claim that femto technology does not exist, and yet, I believe it was the show that I did, the last show I did, they're talking about femto technology. They're putting it in their scientific papers now. I've been talking about it for, 3 or 4 years. I turned Dr. Ed Group onto it. That's how long I've been talking about it. So I might be ahead of the curve just because I want to learn. I'm looking for the truth, man. Where the fuck are we going as a human race? And who's taking us there? Why are they taking us there? And who's guiding them and who's managing them? And, where's the throttle? Where's the governor? Where's the leash? Who's stopping them from just creating something that could take on a life of its own? Because that's where we're at. And when all these different things assimilate together and just all become an internet of things, an internet of bodies, and they all get together and connect. And just imagine robots building a factory to build more robots to do. Oh, one other thing that I failed to cover, but I wanted to cover, and I'm going to cover, and I'm glad I thought about it. Because we were talking about drones, right? And killer bots. Rice students chart a new course for autonomous sailboat fleets in a corner of Rice University's Oshman Engineering Design Kitchen, OEDK. A group of students is tackling a big idea: revolutionizing maritime transport with swarms of smart, self-sailing boats. The project, aptly named Fleet Code, is the latest iteration of an ambitious multi-year effort to design autonomous sailcraft that could one day deliver cargo, map uncharted waters, or support naval operations without a single crew member on board. Working under the guidance of faculty advisor David Trevis, the team is comprised of students. I'm not going to name them all. Let's see. The big picture is to create a fleet of autonomous sailboats that can work together like a swarm of drones, but on water, said Bannon, the senior on the team. This year's prototype is a compact 3-foot trimaran built from PLA plastic reinforced with fiberglass and resin for water resistance and structural stability. The trimaran design, a central hull flanked by 2 outriggers, offers enhanced balance on the water, reducing the risk of capsizing during rough conditions. It's designed to be modular, Placentia said. That means we can scale it up if needed, but the small size makes it easier to test things like obstacle detection and fleet dynamics. The boat bristles with sensors, wind speed and direction gauges, GPS, a LiDAR system, a mounted camera, and an internal measurement unit. Together, these components enable the vessel to navigate autonomously, respond to environmental cues, and avoid obstacles in real time. We use a global path panning algorithm to tell the boat where to go from point A to point B using GPS coordinates, explained Chu, who helped program the vessel's control system. If it detects an obstacle with the LiDAR or camera, it automatically recalculates its route. Autonomy doesn't mean a lack of intelligence. Rather, it indicates smart adaptability. Fleet Code's boats can make decisions mid-journey, updating their routes in response to real-world conditions. Unlike gas-powered craft, these boats are designed for ultra-low energy use. They rely on wind for propulsion and solar panels for powering onboard electronics. That combination, solar energy and sails, means these boats can stay out for long periods without needing human maintenance, Chu said. That's perfect for things like low priority cargo delivery or environmental monitoring. Getting tongue tied. One of the biggest innovations is the move from single boat autonomy to fleet operations. That means multiple vessels can coordinate as a team, each one aware of the others, adjusting course and speed in sync, much like how birds fly in formation or autonomous drones collaborate. It's not just about it's not just about building a smart boat, Bayman said. It's about building smart systems and getting these boats to behave intelligently together. So it goes on and on. I'm not going to read it all for you. But I didn't want to leave out that part. I was going to add it, and it didn't really fit into any one of the shows that I did, as far as a flow. But if you get a chance to, sit down and listen, go work out, go listen in your garden, put on your Bluetooth speaker outdoors, and, just turn on one of these shows and listen to it and get the full minutia, the full background on each one of these subjects that I presented to you. Because I've shown you clearly that AI is capable of taking over humanity today, right now. Absolutely. The bell's been rung, folks. We are past the Rubicon. There's nothing left behind us. It's my opinion that Trump is taking us into a new world order, and it's not the Illuminati. It is a digital realm where AI controls everything, your entire life. What you buy, what you eat, what you do, if you can work, where you can work, what kind of education you're going to get. The world's a crazy place. Like I say, it's been hell on earth, folks. Where did the divine cast out his angel? Here. Lucifer, right? Ta-da, the enlightened one. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me on a Friday night. I hope I educated you. I hope you learned something. Be sure, look, I'm trying to get a bigger audience, because when I request some of these, like I want Catherine Austin Fitts. She's told me her booking agent, whoever he is, he's told me she's booked for the whole year. He probably went and looked and said, oh, he's got 16,000 subscribers on YouTube. He's a nobody. We'd rather put her on these other platforms, that there's 500,000 subscribers. I'll never get to 500,000, but I want to interview more people. I want to get to the truth. I want to find out what the hell's going on. Who's regulating this? Who's watching it? We got one guy out there doing, Law Zero, but he wants to make his AI. What about all these other ones out there? There's thousands of them. Is it like having a patented trademark? If you create an AI, should it go through, this newly created AI innovation and sciences and get vetted prior to its use or release to the public? I don't know. But I'm asking those questions now because obviously Congress isn't looking at it, and they're free reign 10 years. The states can't say a freaking word. This is going to go to the United States Supreme Court under a states' rights issue, and obviously the states are going to win eventually. Is it going to get fast tracked to the United States Supreme Court like the Brunson brothers case? And I have to laugh about that, You just can't make some of this shit up. It's so good. It's so way the fuck out there. All right. Well, I got to roll. It's 10:30. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, man. I really do appreciate it. Like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, leave a comment below. I am the Fearless Floyd. show across everywhere, every social media platform. I mainly hang out over Telegrams. Come find me over there. If you want to reach me, Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. I'm going to give away the book. I was going to give away some shirts, but I forgot. Got tied up doing what I'm doing. So thank you, everybody. Have a safe, happy weekend. I'll definitely see you Monday at 6 o'clock. It'll be a brief show because I am going in to get another low back injection Monday, which just happens to be my birthday too. So that was my choice to select that day. I was like, I don't care about birthdays. Just another day. So yeah, I will be having a procedure. So I will be basically horizontal, just taking it super, super easy all next week. I'm not going to do much, exert myself. I want the injection to really take effect, take hold, and be very beneficial. And hopefully I will feel 100% by the end of June. And July, I can get back on my physical fitness regime and get back to who I was on my way to be. I'm still him, but yeah, I wanted to enter a bodybuilding contest because bodybuilding, that's all you. Nobody else is doing that for you. Yeah, you got trainers, nutritionists, and advisors, consultants, and people like that. But it's you lifting the weight. It's you putting on the muscle. Yeah, you can cheat and use growth hormones and testosterone and a bunch of other shit, but that's you. You had to diet. You had to sacrifice. You had to cut out all your sugars and starches and just eat protein and get cut and ripped and ready for your competition and go in there and hit that pinnacle of your ultimate health right at contest. And I've never done that before. And that was my goal, to do that last year before I was involved in a automobile accident. And yeah, it really fucked me up. So I'm looking forward to get back on that horse. So thank you, everybody. I'll see you Monday at 6. Everybody have a safe weekend. Be careful. Be happy. Be safe. Hug your loved ones, because you never know what kind of financial advice we should be listening to, whether we should be getting Bitcoin or bullets. Oh, yeah, I got an outro coming up. New outro. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Sorry about this outro video. I'm going to have to go back and re-record this and make sure that it has audio next time. So thank you.